Welcome to our event, A Glossary of Water, hosted by the Institute for Culture and Society, the ICS, and the School of Humanities and Communication Arts at Western Sydney University, as part of our Research Week and in partnership with Biennale of Sydney. My name is Juan Salazar. I'm a professor here at the university in the field of environmental humanities. We begin today's event by acknowledging country. The ICS and the school are located on our Parramatta campus on unceded lands on the shoreline of the Parramatta River. Lands and waters that have been cared for thousands of years by the Parramattagal people of the Darug Nation. We'd like to pay respects to traditional owners and custodians and to elders and knowledge holders of the Darug Nation. We recognize that First Nations people of this land hold a continuous, ongoing and deep connection to country. And this holds significance to the broader communities across Western Sydney, of which this university is part of. These relations are sustained in the acknowledgement and respect of the unique and diverse enduring cultures and histories of all First Nations people of the Greater Sydney Basin, and the features and beings within country, whether they are earth, water, fire, animals, plants, places, or the seasons. I am personally joining from Gadigal, Wangal, from Bidjigal, and from Darawal country, along the Cooks River in southern Sydney, where I have lived for the past 15 years. I wish to acknowledge elders and traditional custodians of this river. Among the things that I have learned from Darawal elders by walking in this country is the dreaming story of Gugwara and Gulayari, the whale and the pelican, the story of how this river came into being, as told by Darawal elder Auntie Frances Botking and Gawayan Botking Andrews, who is a professor and director of Indigenous research here at Western Sydney University. I have learned that the Darawal calendar follows 6 seasons, not 4, and we're now in September-October, Gunungi season, where it is cool, becoming warm, and the season is marked by the appearance of the flying foxes babies and the flowering of the Miwa Gawayan, the Warata flower. We wish to welcome First Nations colleagues and students who are presenting and attending this event. The title for our event today makes reference to the book A Glossary of Water that's being published by the Biennale of Sydney with the theme Rivers, the 23rd Biennale opening in March of 2022, when this book will be launched for the opening of the Biennale. With this event, we wish to also contribute to a range of existing platforms and conversations happening around rivers and waterways, bodies and beings of water in connection with the Biennale, but not only, and in connection to the work of academics, curators and artists from a range of disciplines and ways of doing research and practice. Here in Australia, we just finished National Water Week a few days ago, so we wish to connect our event today to this celebration of water as a matter of deep concern for the survivance of all life on this continent and on this planet. Without further ado, I will now pass on to our first invited speakers who will offer their welcome remarks to you all. First up is Charlotte Galleguillos, who is Head of Programs and Partnerships at the Biennale of Sydney. Welcome, Charlotte.
Hello, thank you, Juan, and hello, everyone. I too would like to acknowledge country. Today I'm coming to you from Bidjigal country, specifically Coogee, a beachside suburb in Sydney. As Juan mentioned, I'm Charlotte, Head of Programs and Partnerships at the Biennale of Sydney, and I've had the great pleasure of working with the team at Western Sydney University for the last couple of years. But for anyone who might not be familiar with the Biennale of Sydney, we've been around since 1973, almost half a century, and we embed boldly creative arts experiences in the everyday life. We are an exhibition where admission is free for all to enjoy, with an open invitation for people to experience the most innovative contemporary art and ideas from around the world in some of the most stunning and accessible public spaces across Sydney, including museum and non-museum venues. For the upcoming 23rd edition of the Biennale of Sydney, Colombian curator José Roca, who you'll hear from shortly, will present Rivers, a concept co-developed and realised by a team of curators known as the Curatorium, who are representing some of the Biennale of Sydney's exhibition partners. The members of the Curatorium are Pascal Dantos-Berry from the Art Gallery of New South Wales, Anna Davies from the Museum of Contemporary Art Australia, Hannah Donnelly from Information Cultural Exchange Parramatta, and Talia Lins from Artspace. We're fortunate to have Hannah and Talia representing us today. Situated along the waterways of the Gadigal and Barramadigal people, rivers will be articulated through a series of conceptual wetlands and imagined ecosystems populated by artworks, public programs, experiences, research, and activism. Following the currents of meandering tributaries that expand into a delta of interrelated ideas. The Biennale is thrilled to be able to collaborate with Western Sydney University. One highlight of our partnership is, of course, A Glossary of Water, supported by Western Sydney University and co-edited by Juan and José. This will be explored later in today's webinar. But just finally, a big thank you to Western Sydney University for hosting today's program, A Glossary of Water, Arts, Humanities, Science, Conversations on Water. We're all looking forward to hearing from the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. Our next speaker is Dolla Merrillees, who is Director of Western Sydney Creative here at the university. Dolla, welcome.
Thank you very much. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. My thanks to José and Juan for the opportunity to briefly talk about the Biennale of Sydney, but also its relationship to Western Sydney Creative and to the university more broadly. My own professional relationship with the Biennale of Sydney goes back to 1999, when I worked under the artistic direction of Nick Waterlow and a curatorium that consisted of such luminaries as Fumio Nanjo, Hetty Perkins, Sir Nicholas Sirota, Rob Storr and Harold Zeman. As the Biennale's exhibition manager, I was responsible for overseeing the development and delivery of the show, and on any given day could find myself talking to Gerhard Richter about the placement of his paintings, to Saigor Chong about trying to procure a naked model and a horse for his still life installation at the Art Gallery of New South Wales, or talking to Yoko Ono about her cut piece performance, to liaising with the bodyguards assigned to protect her from crazed Beatle fans when she arrived in Australia. It was an experience like no other. But the real legacy for me was that it was an organization that represented the grassroots. It was independent, prepared to take risks, to push boundaries, to challenge the status quo, and above all, provided and continues to provide, as we saw with Brooke Andrews' show and now with José, a platform to explore art and ideas, alternative narratives, new ways of telling stories, and above all, a celebration of the creative process. When we developed Western Sydney Creative, those same themes underpinned the strategy, as well as our commitment to work with and partner with the R&D arm of the arts industry. Typically, this is the small to medium art sector, which is dynamic, risk-taking, independent, multi-skilled, diverse, innovative, and experimental. But as we've seen during the pandemic, it's also the most vulnerable due to inequitable state and federal resource expenditure, as well as the absence of long-term strategic vision and policy frameworks by successive governments. What we aim to do is to provide time and space for meaningful and purposeful engagement in the arts, to enhance the student experience through building professional pathways, fostering social capital, and enabling creative and critical thinking, to build Indigenous cultural viability and knowledge across the university, and to be responsive to the distinctive identity, cultural legacies, and traditions of the region is pivotal, as well as exploring the pressing issues of the day. This collaboration between the university and the Biennale, as illustrated by today's seminar, it demonstrates the value and importance that we place on long-term strategic partnerships, partnerships that extend intercultural engagement, that bring together expertise, skills, and disciplines across the arts and sciences, and that facilitate the development of relationships and networks through purposeful, meaningful encounters between students, academics, creative practitioners, and cultural organizations. Creativity is all too often undervalued and overlooked. We continue to silo and segregate art from STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and in doing so, we fail to understand that creativity, as argues Anne Carlisle, is transdisciplinary and most impactful when applied beyond disciplinary boundaries and to real-world problems, as is evidenced by today's seminar. As we emerge from lockdown and learn to live with the virus, it seems to me now more than ever that we need to be asking questions. The more unlikely the question, the more imprecise the answer. Developing new perspectives, engaging alternative ideas, thinking outside the box so that we can make sense of the issues that are incongruent or enigmatic, seeing things through different eyes is how we make room for other possibilities that will help define our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dolla, for those remarks. And our next speaker is Professor Heather Horst, who is Director of the Institute for Culture and Society here at Western Sydney.
Thank you, Juan. So I too want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, the Wongo land on the edge of the Barramadigal, where I am today, and pay respects to elders past, present, and emerging. So I wanted to spend a few moments this morning framing why we at the Institute for Culture and Society are very enthusiastic about this partnership. I think one of the very early markers of the Institute's research agenda has been a commitment to engaged research. So engaged research is committed to making a positive difference in the world and occurs ethically and reciprocally with the communities we belong to, often through interdisciplinary approaches. So one example of this kind of work is through our current research program, the Cultural Infrastructures Research Program, which is led by one of our colleagues, Deborah Stevenson, and one of our new Vice Chancellor Senior Research Fellows, Zelmarie Cantillon. And that project really carries out interdisciplinary research into the cultural institutions and practices that shape the expression and experience of everyday lives. In particular, researchers from the Institute have focused, in some cases for years, upon diverse cultural institutions and practices, such as in spaces like heritage, the arts, as well as sports. And through partnerships with New South Wales Heritage, the Powerhouse, local councils, and a range of other organizations, they've really been working towards understanding the ways in which these sectors contribute to the social, cultural, and economic vitality of cities and regions. In addition, and particularly over the last 5 years, researchers at the Institute have engaged in collaborations with artists, illustrators, poets, filmmakers, musicians, writers, designers, and a range of other creative practitioners. In some cases, these collaborations have resulted in documentary and narrative films, albums and songs, apps and games, posters, as well as a range of other creative outcomes. Increasingly, however, a number of ICS members have really felt a shared commitment to working with artists, designers, and others throughout the research process to critically reflect on contemporary society. While we may approach our ways of knowing differently, ICS researchers are increasingly interested in exploring the world alongside and in collaboration with creative practitioners that embrace these really different frameworks, questions, and concerns that we bring to understanding the past, present, as well as the future. And as a testament to this, have a growing number of students carrying out a Doctor of Creative Arts degree. And this is also a strength, I should mention, of our colleagues in the School of Humanities and Communication Arts, who train many of our undergraduate students in creative and cultural industries, and many of them work in the Western Sydney region and beyond. So this is really where today's event and the Biennale come in. The Institute for Culture and Society are really excited about the partnership with the Biennale and the book that will result from this collaboration. Our ICS Future Fellow, Professor Juan Salazar, has been working with Artistic Director José Roca throughout this year to co-edit the Biennale book, which, as mentioned, is entitled A Glossary of Water. So the glossary represents a really innovative format in a number of ways. First, it's a book rather than a catalog, and as such, it also includes substantive entries that include conversations and engagements between artists, academics, activists, curators, and others concerned, not only with understanding our world, but also intervening in our climate, our ecologies, and our worlds. And so we're absolutely delighted to be involved in this collaboration. So on behalf of the Institute, I really want to thank the Biennale team for their willingness to collaborate and welcome all of you, particularly the presenters who are generously giving their time today to Western Sydney, and look forward to the day's presentations, conversations, and provocations.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you all very much. I'd like to also acknowledge the work of my colleague, Professor Ana Pertierra, with whom we have curated the program today. And as you can see from these remarks, an underlying preoccupation across all sessions today is the understanding that Australia is in fervent need for a new public agenda to revitalize its arts and cultural sector in this context of a post-COVID-19 recovery. And of course, this is applicable to other countries. We have 300 people registered today from about 15 countries and 25 cities. So hopefully the themes will also be applicable to those other countries as well. It is imperative that we join forces, we think, to create new imaginaries of the role that contemporary arts can play in the socio-ecological transitions urgently needed, and that we develop platforms and dialogue to enable repair and care for broken landscapes. And we work towards the well-being of vulnerable communities, which entails, of course, embracing and learning from Indigenous storytelling and story work approaches. So before moving to our next session, I'd like to remind you all that we are going to stay on this same Zoom link for the next session, but the other two sessions have a separate link, so make sure that during the break, you get your other links handy. Let's kick off the next session then with our next speakers. You have the full bios of all of them in the online program. So let me briefly welcome all 4 speakers who will present in this order. First up is José Roca, who is the artistic director of the 23rd Biennale of Sydney. He's also the artistic director of the non-for-profit contemporary art space Flora, Ars Natura, in his home city of Bogotá, Colombia. José, as has been said, leads the Biennale Curatorium, who's programming the Biennale, and is leading the Glossary of Water book. Then up, we will have Astrida Neimanis, who is a Canada Research Chair in Feminist Environmental Humanities at the University of British Columbia. And she's a cultural theorist working at the intersection of feminism and environmental change, well known to many around the world, among many things, for her book, Bodies of Water, Post-Human Feminist Phenomenology. And Astrida is a former neighbor and steward of the Cooks River as well. And Macarena Gómez-Barris is a founding director of the Global South Center at Pratt Institute in Brooklyn, and she's a scholar and writer who works at the intersections of art, environment, feminist queer politics, and decolonial theory and praxis. And she's completing a new book titled At the Sea's Edge, Liquidity Beyond Colonial Extinction. Andrea Ballestero, who is a visiting professor at the anthropology at University of Southern California, unfortunately had a medical issue a few hours ago, so she won't be here with us, but you can see her bio. And her first and most praised book is A Future History of Water, which is available fully online if you'd like to read it. So without further ado, welcome José, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Juan. I'm really very happy to be here. Let me share my screen and start my presentation. So first of all, I want to acknowledge my colleagues in the curatorium. You already mentioned their names, but I will do it again. Hannah Donnelly, Pascal Dantusberry, Anna Davis, and Talia Lins, with whom this project is collectively curated. The 23rd Biennale of Sydney is predicated on collaboration. Our mantra has been build upon what's already there. We're thinking of curatorial practice as collage, as assemblage, as a game of juxtapositions. So this is truly a collective endeavor. The title of the Biennale is rīvus, which means stream in Latin, but it's also at the origin of the word rivalry. So water and conflict are at the core of our project. They are the source, as it were. But in the course of our discussions, this stream has branched out into myriad other themes, including the rights and voices of nature, assembled ecosystems, deep time, bioethics, hydrofuturisms, speculative ecologies, stories of creation, sustainable futures, and many more. This project truly reflects our collective thinking and was shaped by the conversations with the participants. We're thinking of the exhibition venues as conceptual territories to be inhabited by rivers and the ecologies they sustain. And we are calling them wetlands. So within this conceptual wetlands, we will cluster the participants' works around issues like primal waters, deep time, rewilding, caring for country, ancestral technologies, spirit streams, assembled ecologies, and still and stagnant waters, to name a few. So this format doesn't allow to show many of the participants, but I'm going to talk about some of them. Indeed, some of the works will be complete environments in themselves, like the water ecosystem by the Peruvian couple Barbosa and Freire, which is an immersive piece woven in reed by local craftspeople and shaped after a real wetland near Lima. The installation serves as a closed system where mist rains on the viewer. The water is filtered through artisanal methods and rendered drinkable, mimicking the key role that wetlands play for the environment. Some of the works will be activating public space, like Irish artist John Gerard's leaf work, which will become a beacon on top of the Barangaroo Reserve, one of the Biennale venues. Created in real time by artificial intelligence, the leaf figure that harks back to medieval times performs a ritual dance as a lament for the sorry state of the environment. Our American artist Duke Riley will create a large-scale drawing that includes different stories related to a polluted creek in Brooklyn. And rivers are these liminal spaces where sometimes communities that are outside of the realm of law can thrive. So parts of these stories will be etched in stones that will be scattered along the pedestrian paths in Sydney Harbor, and viewers will be encouraged to walk around and make their own rubbings of the stones, taking parts of the arts with them. In Belgian artist Nazia Mestaui's One Beat, One Tree, which is an interactive piece, visitors can plant a digital seed which grows and becomes a full tree. For each digital tree planted, the Biennale will plant a real one. We are currently working on the precise location, most probably in collaboration with one of our partners in Western Sydney. So this work in the Biennale will have a real effect in rewilding and replanting in Sydney. There are works that deal with this collaboration between the human and non-human. For example, the UK-based duo Akron Harvey have developed a process that enables them to make photographic images using live grass and photosynthesis. They will make a series of portraits of Australian climate activists. The artists working out of this important center in Alice Springs are the descendants of noted Aboriginal artist Albert Namatjira. They have repurposed discarded traffic signs, altering them to warn the viewer about their role as ancestral custodians in caring for country. Or, for example, the collective of architects Cave Urban will create the largest ever bamboo structure in Australia, recycling material from a previous work they did for the Rising Festival in Melbourne. It'll resemble a large river that ebbs and flows, hovering above other works in the cutaway at Barangaroo, the main venue of the 23rd Biennale. And of course, we will be including, we're talking about participants and not artists, because many are not artists. They are designers, activists, they are architects. And some of them, some of the objects that we are showing are not even art or wouldn't be considered that. For example, in one wetland that deals with deep time and primal waters, we will show a 360 million year old fossil unearthed in the 1950s in regional New South Wales. It is from the Devonian period, also called the Age of Fishes, a time where this continent was largely underwater, which contains the remnants of our distant relatives, some of which had just started to tread these lands. In recent years, several rivers have been granted legal rights or attained legal personhood or riverhood, we should say. They can and have sued to have their rights enforced. So if they have a legal voice, why wouldn't they have a voice that can engage with other participants in an exhibition? So we have been approaching different councils of custodians throughout the world to have the voice of those rivers. And the custodians are speaking on their behalf and be welcoming the visitors at each one of the Biennale's venues. So this is what the Biennale is about, but how we put together the Biennale is also a matter of concern, because you cannot speak about sustainability and not be sustainable, or at least try to be sustainable. We will be transparent with the public regarding what we are doing in order to achieve this goal. So we have taken measures to lower our carbon footprint by me moving to Sydney and thus saving on air travel, becoming as local as I can, working with a local team of curators, reducing freight by producing the works locally whenever possible, and considering the exhibition design part of the project. We launched a search for new and sustainable materials, and we'll consider them participants in the Biennale. So the infrastructure that sustains the exhibition and allows it to exist, both in conceptual and literal terms, will also be a subject of this project. The public will not only see the painting, as it were, but also the wall in which the painting has been hung. The publication is another example. Since all of information on the participants and their works, what usually constitutes a catalog, will be on the Biennale's website, then this leaves us with the freedom of creating a book that can have a life on its own. In line with the desire to be more sustainable, the glossary will be printed on surplus paper stock that we are recuperating from other print jobs, which would otherwise be pulped and recycled, thus saving energy and water. When seen from the side, the different stocks will recall the layers of sedimentary sands in riverbanks. The Glossary of Water will be a reader featuring existing and commissioned texts, co-edited by me and anthropologist and filmmaker Juan Francisco Salazar from Western Sydney University, our hosts today. It will use the metaphor of a glossary to include texts and images that unpack the different themes in the Biennale. It'll include a wide array of interesting texts, from angry political rants to First Nation writers from Australia and abroad, investigative journalism, literature, song lyrics, poetry, cultural theory, and many of these texts have been published before, but many are specially commissioned for this book. And I take the opportunity to thank some of our speakers today who are have generously agreed to participate in the book. By now, you must be wondering if something's wrong with the images, which always appear to be cut. The fact is that they are in a continuous flow along the book. So when you see an image, you also see a part of the present image and a little bit of the one that follows. The idea being that the images flow throughout the book. Also flowing throughout the book, surfacing now and then, will be the voices of three rivers, which is the script of a performance by Colombian artist and water activist Carolina Caicedo called One Body of Water. Unlike art catalogs, where the curatorial voice precedes and frames the works, the Glossary of Water will have the text by the co-curators as entries. So mine will be under rīvus, way back in the book. And we'll also feature texts written or sent by the participants. So in a way, we are crowdsourcing this book, and will be profusely illustrated with images of their works. One of the entries was written by Juan Francisco and is intimately related to the playlist he carefully curated as a companion to the book. It can be found online with the name A Glossary of Water. Each of the tracks has been carefully selected in connection to the theme of the Biennale. The playlist has a tidal length following the long rhythms and of oceans, rivers, and estuaries, resisting the length of playlists imposed by the music industries. So yes, a long playlist of 10 hours. Tracks selected are linked to the work of participants in the Biennale, the commissioned and republished texts selected by the co-editors, which speak to a range of matters of concern around rivers and waters. They are arranged in alphabetical order, but are weaved together in a permanent diffraction pattern. The list includes songs and tracks of about 21 rivers. It has 25 First Nation artists from Australia, Aotearoa, Canada, US, India, Ukraine, Chile, and Colombia, including the voice of Berta Cáceres, Indigenous Lenca activist murdered in 2016 for defending her river in Honduras. It contains an incredible diversity of music by over 50 Black artists from the Caribbean, Africa, Brazil, US, Europe, including Afrobeat, Afrofuturist jazz, hip hop, wolof reggae, rumba, and cumbia. The list is intruded by experimental sounds and field recordings of bodies of water, rivers, waves, glaciers, fogs, and rains. Along the 10 hours, you may hear at least 50 different musical instruments, some invented by the musicians themselves to replicate the sounds of waters. Many non-human characters make cameos: albatrosses, saltwater crocodiles, mangroves, whales, sea urchins. The lyrics speak of many forms of rain, of flood devastations, of water spirits, orishas and deities, of water conflicts, of slavery and colonialism, and the need to care for rivers. The list includes poems from renowned poets such as Farouk Farrokhzad, Nikki Giovanni, cult bands such as Australia's Dirty Three, popular indie bands, Latin American folk, Australian punk, Japanese traditional koto music, Chinese traditional seven-string, bridgeless theser, and Inuit throat singing. And on top of that, a few classic pop, rock, and electronic tracks. So I want to thank Western Sydney University for this fruitful collaboration. And I leave it to you, Juan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jose, for that sneak preview of the most amazing Biennale that you and the Curatorium have been programming. This is the first time I see the first copy of how the book is looking, so it's really great. I'll pass on to Astrida Neimanis, who, as Jose was saying, was also a participant in the Biennale through a commissioned text. Astrida, welcome from Vancouver, and good evening to you.
Good afternoon. I'm actually not in Vancouver, I'm in Kelowna, about 4 hours inland, which is kind of like saying Sydney is Canberra. But it's still my greatest pleasure to be with you here today. I'm zooming to you from the unceded territories of the Silk people in the Okanagan watershed. And I would like to express my deepest gratitude to them and to their ancestors and elders for caretaking this beautiful place such that I may now live and work here as an uninvited guest. And thanks also to Juan and your colleagues for this wonderful invitation. So my name is Astrida. I've been writing and thinking with water for about 20 years now, which surprised me when I added it up. My work has moved in various directions and has brought me into numerous wondrous collaborations with elders and community members and kids, artists, poets, scientists, all of whom have taught me a tremendous amount about water and our human relation to this substance. But a great deal of what I've learned from slowing down and paying very close attention to water and to waters and all of the wondrous bodies of water with whom I share this planet. I've been particularly interested in how it works, what it does, how it feels, how it changes, how it moves. And in doing so, water has taught me so much about bodies and ethics and politics, desire, aesthetics, poetics, relations, care, time, and justice. So what I want to read to you today is a synthesis of this 20 years of work in a mere 1,000 words. It draws heavily on my contribution to this beautiful glossary of water that Jose has just introduced to you. It's a little bit different, though, than my contribution as well in its form. Also, I think I have amped up the feminism a little bit in what I'm about to read to you. Who doesn't need a little extra dose of feminism on this Wednesday morning or Tuesday evening, wherever you may be? And while you listen to it, I would love it if you would pay attention to the words, but also please enjoy the images that I'm going to share with you. They are all an homage to the river that I had the great pleasure and honor to live with for 6 years while I lived in Sydney, known by its colonial name, the Cooks River. All of the images are very different, but they are that same moving and morphing body of water. So I'm going to share my screen and begin. We are all bodies of water. We are all bodies of water, leaking, sponging, sloshing, dripping, sipping. As watery, we experience ourselves less as isolated entities and more as oceanic eddies. Situated, temporary, relational. Soak up, relinquish, precipitate. To experience oneself as a body of water is to activate a hydrofeminist figuration. This means that an understanding of ourselves must begin, as feminist poet Adrienne Rich has written, quote, with the geography closest in, the body. Understanding our own human bodies as bodies of water invites us into a different kind of relation to other bodies of water. This is a feminism of relation. Hydrofeminism asks, if we are all bodies of water, to what does this connect us? What can we give and what do we owe? Pour, pool, circulate. As bodies of water, we embody the hydrological cycle, and as such, we must relinquish any lingering illusion of separation as we decant ourselves into one another as an inevitable matter of physics. We are dispersed through both space and time. As Charles Darwin once quipped, quote, our ancestor was an animal which breathed water, had a swim bladder, a great swimming tail, an imperfect skull, and was undoubtedly a hermaphrodite. These fishy beginnings connect us to all life that came from the sea, figuring our own watery bodies as evolutionary carrier bags, to use Ursula Le Guin's term. Our bodies hold things, and they hold things in relation. We ask ourselves, what do our own sloshy sacks of matter carry in trust for other bodies still to come? Puddle jump, time travel. As bodies of water, we come to understand that we humans have always been and always will be more than our species. Just as Angela Davis confirms that feminism, quote, involves so much more than gender, hydrofeminism reminds us that feminism involves so much more than humans too. It is planetary, elemental, multi-species, and multi-being. As the oceans warm and struggle to breathe, as rivers no longer make it to the sea, as drinking water is commodified, as the seabed is mined, as all of the multitudes of life forms that depend on these waters are made increasingly precarious, caring better for other bodies of water is a hydrofeminist imperative. Care, carry. Yet even as waters hold us together as and in a hydrocommons, aqueous connection is neither assimilation nor universal confluence. As bodies of water, we are neither irreducibly different nor inseparably the same. Water flows between bodies as both, a new hydrologic. As a body of water, I acknowledge that the unknowability of the other courses through me, just as I do through her. In political terms, this also recognizes the need for tributaries and sovereign waters, for shifting sites of confluence. Differentiate, channel. This uncontainable gestational impulse is moreover held in wondrous tension with water's insistent perpetuity. To understand the always time of water, even in its circulations of difference and repetition, is also to consider what water remembers. Water is retentive, writes Janine MacLeod, quote, all of the moments of the past have this same water as their witness. Toni Morrison parses this a bit differently. Everything is now, she writes. It is all now. Hold on. Water, an archive of matter and feeling, thus reminds us that there is no such thing as a way. Sinking to the seafloor, we discover all manner of our dumped desires, spam cans, car tires, chemical traces, carbon takeovers. Indeed, our evolutionary carrier bag ontology has literalized itself. Non-biodegradable white petroleum hauntings masquerading as two sad handled jellyfish floating on a gyre of deep futures, later to be pulled in the form of hundreds of kilos of plastic bag guts from the belly of a whale washed up on the beach. The gifts of our bodies to other bodies of water are not necessarily welcome gestures. Repeat, but differently. Moreover, water's archive holds traces of all the differences that water has made. Christina Sharp, for example, draws our attention to the oceanic archive of the Middle Passage, still animated by the anti-Blackness that persists in its wake. She writes, because nutrients cycle through the ocean, the atoms of the people who were thrown overboard are out there in the ocean even today. As bodies of water, we must also attend to the different manners in which our bodies have been carried or not. We do not all thirst nor flow equally. We are not all gestating the same futures. Suspend, harbor. Put otherwise, care as and for waters is never only environmental. Any calls for sustainable futures must consider how issues of pollution, extinction, and meteorological change are also questions of social injustice and infrastructures of inequality. Environmental catastrophe must be understood as a symptom, the proper trickle down, of deformed human relations that flow across the planet. We are all bodies of water, but as watery, we are not all the same. And if we are all bodies of water, then are we not also all, in some way, already at sea? Untether. In the English language, to be at sea is an idiom to suggest discombobulation or confusion, to lose one's bearings. To be alive as bodies of water in these catastrophic times might also be to feel tetherless and at sea. As bodies of water, which is also to be transfer points of queer time, means that we are also always embodying a praxis of speculation, not only for the future, but for the many presents that we are already gestating otherwise. To be tetherless, to be a body of water, can thus be another way of saying, get free. Step up, speak out, say no, let go, lift up, step back. For a body of water, tetherless can mean refusing the false compass points and learning new tricks of planetary navigation. Following poet Alexis Pauline Gumbs, this could invite us, we who would be whales, immersed in a substance we could not breathe, to follow other watery beings who have long been swimming, floating, submerging, growing different kinds of worlds. Dive deeper. As bodies of water, we might foster practices of fugitivity and care, not primarily for the sovereign self, but for the hydrocommons of wondrous difference that finds us in this time, at this place, at sea. Dissolve. And that's that.
Thank you very much, Astrida, for that presentation. And we'll go straight with Macarena Gómez-Barris. Maca, welcome, joining us from Brooklyn.
So thank you for the invitation. Buenas noches, good evening, good morning. I also want to acknowledge land and the archipelago that is Manhattan, where I currently am, now known as Brooklyn, New York. And I'm located currently upon traditional Lenape-Hoking territories, as well as the 13 tribes who are the First Nation peoples, along with what is now Long Island. And since I'm following Astrida and I'm also working so much on my own creative practice, I thought rather than talk to you about my methodology and research, which I've been doing in Abya throughout the Americas for the last 30 years, that I'd show rather than tell. So the images sometimes match what I'm speaking about and sometimes don't match. So I'm sure that that will be okay with you. There is no singular definition for eco-socialist feminist principles, but we can sense parts of its heterogeneous composition, its queer orientation to the other, the cooking up of mutual aid, the wariness with any unilateral solution, a celebration of dynamic, decolonial, liquid hybridity. In these weighty times, I invite us to leave behind what Vandana Shiva called the monoculture of the mind, and also to leave behind the untethered view from nowhere. How can we enter instead into the rich muck of eco-poetics, the entire field that my sureña comadre Cecilia Vicuña practically invented long before most were paying attention to the severity of the climate emergency? Indigenous peoples, of course, were the then, the now, and the politics of no future, that is the climate emergency. In The Death of the Colonial Paradigm, as Mapuche indigenous visual artist Francisco Uchequeo envisions, the Western human female body is saturated in the liquid surround. This image is taken within the upper Maule River upon Pehuenche and Hueliche territories in Chile, what is now Chile, where the rivers and Pehuen forests were condemned in 1990 to extinction by the Ralco Dam in Spanish transnational capital. This image, I think, relays grassroots and autonomous communal formations, or what I'm calling grounded aesthetics, because it belongs to the realm of collective political struggle rather than to an extractive art market. Grounded art allows us to perceive and imagine a Mapuche world, an indigenous world of multi-species justice, a world where you don't go to prison for merely engaging in the arts of land and water protection, merely for being custodians. This is a flexible, mutable water world, a history of political knowing that seeps and leaks beyond the colonial divide. How do we not forget the grave losses of the colonial Anthropocene? How do we not become immune to its ecocidal, genocidal, terracidal, feminicidal poison? In this image, Lenca indigenous ecofeminist LGBT activist Berta Cáceres condemns and enacts embodied witness. Killed by 6 armed militia for her anti-extractivist work in 2016, her photograph and image asks us to remember the living systems and our interdependence in a diminished biosphere. For me, and for us, I believe this is the antidote to coexist with each other, to mourn and to go on in relation. In this image, I hear Berta whisper, keep your focus on the Gualquerque River and keep your extractive gaze off indigenous Lenca territories. How then do we dissolve what stands between us without exhausting primitive accumulation or the biomatter that feeds the extractive techno machine? The racialized female body and indigenous territories and the way that they are historically intertwined in coloniality. A system of power, one that the mestiza Guatemalan artist Regina Galindo with Earth shows us that we must somatically and architecturally reconvert. The Headland Center for the Arts in Sausalito, California, in the United States, in Turtle Island, is a kind of space I love. A reoccupation and reconversion of sorts, an in-between place that is always in flux, taken back to be repurposed by a visionary utopic community. A former military site, the center occupies Native American coastal Miwok lands. Located on the Marin coastline, its nearby geography is continuously remade by the elements of sea, fog, and wind. 2 decades ago, the socialist feminist painter May Stevens and I took long walks along the shoreline where solid land met the liquidity of the Pacific Ocean in a 700-year, million-year exchange. We talked about our mutual commitment to making the paradigm of war against the earth visible in each of our work. At the time, I researched themes of memory and political violence that culminated in the work I was doing in Where Memory Dwells. For me, demilitarization was foremost on my mind. May, for her part, spent hours in her studio etching silver words onto canvases for her sumptuous Sea of Words and Rivers series. She explained to me the importance of close-up forms of seeing. Our bond was solidified when I heard her give a fiery artist talk that denounced petrol empires and the racist implications of the American dream. Together, we explored nearby military bunkers that have been converted into studio spaces for artists. Over the past 30 years, the surrounding land actually had been transformed back into an intense site of wildlife biodiversity with coyotes, foxes, butterflies, bees, and the regrowth of native wild grasses of the space. But in all its beauty, the Cold War history has never been lost upon me. From 1953 to 1979, the US Army operated close to 300 sites like the Marin Headlands that stored Nike missiles ready to launch against the Third World or the Soviet Union at a moment's notice. There are also the radioactive waste fields that must lie fallow for 9 generations in order for them to not be a threat. We have long been on the edge of disaster. We live differentially on its edge. Such a place in an earthquake zone brings forward the vulnerabilities of impending doom, yet it also calls forward the power of uprising. In 1969, not 5 miles from the Headland Center for the Arts, the American Indian movement, AIM, captured Alcatraz. This crucial political act disrupted centuries of settler colonial indifference. Occupations, reoccupations, reconversions, the connective tissue, land and water also has memory. And fire can be used as a tool for biodiverse cultivation or as a result of an anthropogenic nightmare obliteration, sin memoria, the end with no end, el fin sin fin. Like the land, the archive is haunted by the deep and persistent imprint of the colonial military police apparatus. Racialized women and children, of course, unevenly bear the burden, as these Mapuche women do in this image from the 19th century, during the quote-unquote pacification of Araucania. These uncanny echoes are present in the visual work of non-binary Mapuche artist Sebastián Calfuqueo. In his incredible video, Cauculen, we see their body held below the arch of a fallen tree, tied up by blue ropes. Calfuqueo's back forms an ontological bridge, a connection between indigenous and Winca or non-indigenous white worlds, suspended in the submerged territory of the nation state. Cauculen translates from Mapudungun as liquid being. As a non-indigenous writer, myself, scholar with a creative practice, I learned from Calfuqueo's visual and body pedagogy, how they turn away from the extractive gaze of the camera and fold their embodiment instead into the two-spirit mirror of a liquid embrace. In this image then, also the untranslatability of Mapuche, gender, sex, transness, pre-colonial categories, all of this is palpable. They, Sebastián, he, she, them, as they self-reference, are not made available for objectification or for more colonial scrutiny. The refusal has always been there if we know how to find it. Sebastián performs the transversal and pluriversal power of non-binary living, and reminds us that in indigenous territories in the global south, in the Miwok territories of the global north, water is increasingly scarce, privatized, trucked in plastic, disappearing. Calfuqueo wears the Guinelve, a star that represents the planet Venus, or the morning star, a symbol in the transit across generations of Mapuche resistance. The extra planetary, where water came from, where the ocean was first formed, at least some of the materials of the ocean. They enter us into ancestral stories of aquatic beings that continue to live within the liquid coat. This coat, the coat that lies beneath, underneath all of the groundwork, the coat in which we float upon within the blue plural of the pluriverse, the spiral of rising waters and the specter of its hyper-scarcity across the hemisphere and planet. These are the close-up embodied affinities, visions, ground and water work that we must perform now to imagine anew. Those decolonial, queer, trans, femme, and otherwise forms of being and existing otherwise, rather than all fall further into the abyss of the colonial Anthropocene, we edge closer to the ecology of each other. We edge closer to the ecology of each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Macarena. And that leaves us half an hour for conversation among ourselves, yourselves, as well as accepting comments and questions from the audience. So please send the audience. We'll respond to all of the comments live. No worries about that. I'd like to start maybe the conversation with a concept of cognitive justice. And it's based on the recognition of the plurality of knowledge and expresses the right of the different forms of knowledge to coexist. And you have all more or less pointed to that in your presentations. And I'm referring to the work of an Indian scholar writing from New Delhi, Shiv Viswanathan, in the late 90s, in a book called A Carnival for Science, Essays on Science, Technology and Development, where he comments on the destructive impact that hegemonic forms of Western science have had on developing countries throughout the 20th century and non-Western cultures. And Viswanathan calls for the recognition of alternative sciences and non-Western forms of knowledge that you all have been talking about. And I'd like to link that notion as sparking the conversation to ask you about how in your own work as academics, curators, working with artists, activists, and also scientists, what are the challenges and opportunities that you've had to develop those platforms for dialogue? And I'll jump in there with a question by Professor Basant Maheshwari from our School of Science. Basant has a long-standing, amazing project in India, working with in villages around groundwater. And he asks, groundwater is an important resource as part of the water cycle. Many communities depend on this for drinking water and food production needs, but many are experiencing groundwater crisis. The groundwater resource is invisible and challenging our communication skills. Any thoughts on how art and innovative ways can be used to engage people and advance transdisciplinary approaches to sustain the resource? So that's a mouthful of questions and topics, but it's just a way to get things started. Anyone would like to start? Do you want to start, Maca? I should say for those who joined later that Andrea Ballestero had a last-minute medical emergency. She would have been perfect to respond to some of these questions. But I'll throw it to any of you. Maca, would you like to go first?
Sure. I was struck when I was listening to Jose and the list and engagement by artists, activists, scholars, thinkers, writers, designers, urban planners. This is what we need, this tethering of these networks across many spaces of, thinking from these different ways of being, thinking collaboration, thinking against hierarchized knowledge. And I think that collaborative impulse is certainly one way to go. To your first question, Juan, when you were really trying to ask, what have the experiences been? For me, that has been key in my work, both with artists and understanding from artists who are also often anti-extractivist activists, or who are often custodians, who are often, developing long relationships and to local territories, how to really think at the sub-national, the regional, the local level, to the level of the micro, and that scale. We can't ignore the planetary, of course, and we have to always be thinking with scalar analysis. But to me, part of it is creating these webs of interdependence in the way that Carolina Caicedo, that Jose mentioned, the Colombian activist and water activist from Cauca Valley in Colombia, that she uses these nets to show not only the artisanal fishing kind of industries of local communities, but also how to move ourselves, from this idea of dependence upon oil, petroleum, hydroelectricity, and other extractive industries towards much more interdependence. So to me, the net and those knots and those levels of engagement become really, really important, and something I've learned alongside, the people I research, discuss with, present to, and this kind of feedback loop. So that would just be my first take on that.
Yeah,
Jose.
I would complement that the nature of biennales being, these short-lived events that only have a year and a half to prepare doesn't lend itself to the kind of deeply entrenched in the community work that some artists and all activists do. So by establishing these connections, what we can do with the Biennale is amplify the reach of what the artists, activists, and other participants are trying to say. For example, hydroelectric power seemed to be clean power, but of course nobody had thought about in the wider sense about the ecological and social implications of dams. So we will have a distinct line of opposition to dam projects worldwide. So I think that the Biennale can do is to amplify these messages to a wider public.
Astrida, anything you would like to add?
Sure, that's such a great question. And of course, supporting what, we've already spoken about in terms of needing these alternative forms of knowing to science. But I think to that, I'd like to add that part of that also involves imploding or opening up our own inherited, ways of knowing, or the sort of knowledge systems that we've been trained in ourselves. And here I'm thinking about a collaboration I'm involved in right now with artist Patty Chang and Astrida Neimanis, who's a marine mammal pathologist, who's also my sister. And part of this project has involved Patty and myself watching through live stream my sister perform necropsies on deceased marine mammals that have stranded, and then sort of being in conversation with her about this practice. And one of the most surprising and unanticipated outcomes of the project has been that Alexia, as a scientist, has started to see her role as a scientist differently, as, the work that she's doing with these animals as a form of care, a form of care for the dead, in a way that by being in conversation with, humanities and art scholars, sort of opened up to her anew. And similarly, as a cultural theorist and sort of STS scholar, critical of Western scientific practices, being that intimate with those practices also allowed me to appreciate them in different ways. So I think it's not just about multiplying the kinds of knowledges that we're bringing, but really doing the slow and deep conversation and dialogue with each other so that we understand better, what we are bringing to the table and how that can shift and change and grow when we are in those kinds of interdisciplinary conversations. And, to the second question about groundwater, I think this is strangely something I actually have an answer to from doing a bit of research over the last few years in Australia on threatened species known as stygofauna, which are little tiny groundwater dwelling species. And what was interesting to me in this project is that what we do know about stygofauna and their sort of the threat levels, their, everything about them really has come from extractive industries doing environmental assessments and drilling down and discovering that there is this abundance of species that need to be protected. And so everything we know is kind of enveloped and tangled in extraction itself. So even the desire to know and protect and care for these species is intimately bound up in extraction, which was such an interesting sort of conundrum to think about, which then, made me consider, well, what are the other forms, non-scientific forms of knowledge that are teaching us about groundwater? And of course, there is ancestral knowledge. There is artistic knowledge from, Alexis Wright's amazing novel, Carpinteria, to, other forms of speculative art practice that I remember seeing at the Sydney Biennale last year. So this idea that science always wants us and tells us we need to know more. And it's this really tricky thing to try to say, maybe we need to pull back and know otherwise, not know less, but know otherwise, because the science itself can be, as we know, implicated in the very thing we're seeking to stop or protect or safeguard against.
Thank you, Astrida. I would like to invite you all to check the work of Professor Basant Maheshwari in India, and also to consider this discussion about the importance of solutions-based language, the importance of evidence-based language, but as Astrida was saying, is not the only way of knowing and doing. And part of the response to that question is again that notion of the cognitive justice, of the ethical respect of different ways of knowing. And that's where artists and activists come in presenting knowledge and in remembering things differently. There's been a lot of questions about hydrofeminism to Astrida and Macarena, comments about first time that some of the listeners have heard about that concept and maybe resources that they can follow up. So Astrida and Macarena, would you like to say a few words about hydrofeminism and resources?
Astrida.
Yep, Astrida.
Well, sure. I mean, I wrote an article on a chapter on hydrofeminism, I think back in 2012. It's quite long. It's in a brilliant book called Undutiful Daughters. I mean, the title is brilliant, was what I meant. Not my choice, not my editing, but my chapter is in there where I kind of coined this term. But look, I don't want to say that it's mine because, you know, listening to Maca's talk, you know, it's very clear, as we know, that this like feminism that starts from an embodied understanding of our connection to the non-human world through watery flows has been active in artistic and activist practice for decades and centuries. So I just had the good fortune to stumble across a good word to call it, but really what I have learned about hydrofeminism, I have learned from, you know, these practices of art, of activism, of politics, of ethics that have been, you know, going on for a long time.
Maybe I'll change a little bit the topic and go back to the Biennale about José.
Can I respond a little bit to that?
My apologies.
Okay.
My apologies.
No problem. Since it's a feminist moment, I had to, you know, take my palabra here. So thanks, Juan. No, I love that concept, Astrida. I think you really did nail something really powerful there. And I think, you know, we can talk about all kinds of ecofeminisms. It is a term in the Americas that it's always been present, it's growing. The sense, you know, it is tied and linked to anarchist feminist practice, is tied to indigenous feminisms, many Black feminisms, Afro-descendant feminisms, etc. So I really like the idea of the hydrofeminism, pulling that out and really thinking about what it would mean to center water in that way. I mean, I think one of the things I wanted to also point out, and I did it in this version of the presentation, was the way actually feminism has been at the center of against aquacide, you know, against terracidio, terracide in around the world. And what was so interesting is La Tesis Collective, as you may remember, in 2019, when all of those choreographies began in Santiago, Chile, and then they were replicated around the world, right? And the sense of pointing in the way that Berta Cáceres did, pointed to the water, you know, this pointing is really interesting. There was a pointing to the state to say, you state also need to take accountability. So I feel like this is part of the kind of call of feminism right now, is to really think about anti-state, anti-corporate kinds of feminisms that center water, tierra, and all of it. So thank you, Juan, for giving me a little moment there.
May I say two quick things just in response, if you will let me, Juan? Is just, thank you so much, Maca, for expanding on that. And I just wanted to draw attention to one of the lines in your talk that really just like hit me in the heart, was when you asked, you know, how do we dissolve what stands between us? And one of the things that I've been so, you know, interested in hydrofeminism, and why I keep coming back to it, is because it is both this thing that allows us to exist as these bodies that are doing their own work in their own time, but that is this literal, material, embodied pathway of connection, you know, as well. And I just wanted to really underscore that beautiful line, and thank you for saying that.
Yep, sorry to interrupt you, Macarena, there. I had understood that you were passing on to Astrida, so my apologies. There's a few comments there in the Q&A. Basant is responding to Astrida and thanking the panel and thanking the suggestion of a deep and slow conversation. And Jen Dolan, who is speaking in session 3, says that she thinks there are interesting opportunities for connecting with the Marvi project, the Water Partnership Project in India, that Basant and colleagues are leading. So there's a link there that people can explore, and we can put it in the resources that we will be sharing with everyone registered after the end of today. So thank you, Basant, and thank you, Jen. And maybe moving on a related topic, but I was wondering if we can talk to Jose, and maybe Charlotte wants to come in, about how the Biennale engages with publics and audiences across Sydney, across Western Sydney, across the world through that magnificent program that you have curated. How do you communicate that program, to the people? How are you expecting people to engage with the Biennale? I guess that's a question that all the Biennales get every time about, coming out and making the space. You mentioned it's free, it's public. How are you working to connecting to those audiences and people from across Sydney, but also broadly speaking?
Yeah, so I'll just introduce some concepts and maybe let Charlotte talk about it in more depth. In several biennales that I've curated in the past, I have noticed that there is a problem because they are discontinuous. So there is nothing that links one incarnation to the next. And in some of the cities where these biennales happen, there is a sort of a post-biennale depression where nothing happens between one and the next. So that serve as a laboratory for the curating process, but that stay after the biennale ends, linking, creating this space that gives some continuity as opposed to the discontinuous nature of biennales. And this has taken several forms. In Medellin, it was called La Casa del Encuentro, for the Encuentro de Medellin. It continues to this day. It was started in 2007. In Porto Alegre, it was called Casa Emi, and it's always something of a domestic scale that can serve, as a meeting place for the artists, the participants, and the public. So here I had proposed that early on for the Biennale, but then sort of living here, I realized that maybe it wasn't needed as it has been the case in previous projects. So I put this idea of the Waterhouse to the side, but it has come back more as a conceptual device than a real space, although it will have a real space during the Biennale. So the Waterhouse is the place where we will articulate our engagement with the different publics. And we have started this program way before, like months before the opening of the Biennale, so as to create and nurture a public that will, and the Biennale opens. And then during the Biennale, the Waterhouse will take a physical form and will be the hub for this engagement. I don't know if Charlotte would like to complement what I just outlined. Yeah, well, maybe she.
No problems. I think there's Charlotte, please feel free to come in whenever you like. There's a common question from Maria Echeverri in the panel. She's saying that it would be interesting to have spaces during the Biennale to discuss, learn, and create new alternatives to keep the rīvus influence in the city, I guess, after the end of the Biennale, and also to think in opportunities to follow up the legacy of the Biennale once it's finished. So I think Maria just read my mind of the topic question that I had in mind. So thank you, Maria, for that. Jose, do you want to start with that, about the legacy that you're expecting? I think it's a challenging question to ask you about the legacy when, in these uncertain times, we're still 6 months.
Oh, yeah. We're still struggling to open it, it has been uncertain times, as you say. Well, legacy, that's a big word, and it would sound pretentious on my part to think of a legacy, but I think just as I continued many threads that were started in the last Biennale, and have with my team chosen processes that are ongoing. So, for example, the typical way that a Biennale happens is that you select very good artists, you invite them to think about a theme that is sort of it's the leitmotif of the Biennale, and they will produce a new work in relation to your theme. But this is not the case with the rīvus. We are rather identifying long durational processes and then providing the opportunity for a crystallization of those processes in the form of the Biennale participation of those artists. So it's a different attitude, if you want, to be able to spotlight things that are in the making for a long time and not just episodic and directly linked to this opportunity of showing. So maybe that answers partially the Biennale. One thing that I would like to the Biennale to be a legacy would be to be able to do the necessary legal work to grant the Parramatta River legal personhood. That would be wonderful, and maybe that can happen if we set ourselves to that.
Thank you, Jose, and that is a very important point because it's going to be picked up in session 3 with Michelle Maloney and Louise Crabtree-Hayes, who are going to be talking about the rights of nature and the rights of rivers. So it's a perfect link to that, and that would be a wonderful project maybe to discuss with the Earth Laws Alliance, who have been working very closely, with the Martuwarra River and with the rights of rivers. So I think it could be an interesting legacy. I think there's a role for universities also to play, and I know the Biennale has many relationships with universities, with Sydney University, with UNSW, with Monash, with Melbourne. So maybe there's a role there for universities to work on the legacy that Biennales have, especially the Biennale that you and the curatorium team have been working on, that has put a lot of emphasis on how do we enact environmental resistance from the arts. So I think there's also an opportunity there for the universities. Macarena.
I just want to acknowledge, the ways in which Jose, in your presentation, you're already moving, and certainly in Astrida's work, but Jose and Juan in the Glossary of Water, you're already moving in that otherwise. You're already creating so many propuestas, proposals, and opportunities here that are really thinking in so many ways. I want to underscore this because sometimes we forget, in these new models to acknowledge what's happening in relationship to the extractive art market and the ways in which that moves so much of the global economy, right? Around art, where there's art washing often, where cultural institutions on the board of trustees, for instance, there's deep investments in extractive practices. I've been working with Decolonize This Place here in New York City, and we've been pointing out in different institutions about the connections, say, to extractive gold mining in places in the Caribbean, or the ways in which the longer histories of petroleum that undergird and have founded these institutions. So I just want to point that out because the ways in which you're thinking, these models that are transferring, thinking from the rights of nature and the earth constitutions that have been really groundbreaking work that have happened in the Americas, in Latin America, and in Bolivia, and Ecuador, and Colombia, taking that and thinking in Australian context, right? So these kind of transfers of South-South knowledge are also really important. And I just didn't want to let that go by without acknowledging where we've been, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Macarena. Jose, do you want to say anything about that?
No, I think she framed it beautifully.
Okay. We have only about 4 minutes, and I would like to acknowledge a comment by Paul Howard, which I think is really, really important. He says, thank you, and there's an ongoing role for local governments to play here as well, and Paul is absolutely right. the university has been developing projects with local councils and local governments in Western Sydney for over 20 years, all of the councils in Western Sydney, spearheading a lot of important projects around sustainability, resilience, regeneration. And I am originally from Chile, and as some of you may know, in the last 2 years, there's been a really interesting political outburst, social and political change. And a lot of the changes in Chile are happening or being spearheaded or initiated at the local level. So I think Paul is absolutely right in marking that a lot of the change that we all want to see and that we're all part of starts at the local level, and local governments have a crucial role to play there. Jose, is there anything you would like to add about the links of the Biennale and working with local governments in Sydney as part of your strategy of collaborations?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to close by saying that we would like all of you to become engaged with the Biennale. We will have many opportunities for this to happen. And the book, I think, is going to be an interesting contribution that will, if not a legacy, it will last beyond the Biennale because it's not directly linked to the exhibition. It can live afterwards, and I think it can be an interesting point of reference for the topics that we are discussing right now.
Thank you. And just to acknowledge that here in Western Sydney, we have a outstanding, vibrant arts sector and arts culture, as many of you know, with a range of arts organizations, too many to list, but it's a very vibrant space of art. And our university had one of the most vibrant art schools in the country up until a decade ago, but that doesn't mean that the university is not committed. On the contrary, as Heather was saying, the university remains very committed to work across the arts, the humanities, and the sciences. And this is an example through this modest event where we have a sneak preview of the Biennale, and we have amazing world-leading authors such as Astrida and Macarena. So without that, I would like to thank you, everyone, for joining us today, especially Astrida and Macarena joining us from North America, and Jose and Charlotte we're delighted to have this partnership with the Biennale. Thank you to Anna, Pertierra, Heather Horst, and Elise Blythe from Western Sydney.
So hello everyone and welcome back. This is session 2 of today's wonderful event, A Glossary of Water. My name's Anna Cristina Pertierra. I am an associate professor at Western Sydney University. And today I'm coming to you from our Bankstown campus, which sits on the unceded lands of the Darug and Eora nations. I'd like to echo this morning's acknowledgement of country and pay my respect to the Darug, Eora, Darawal and Wiradjuri peoples on whose country Western Sydney University campuses sit, and thank them for their support of our work in their lands. So today's event, as we've already mentioned in the wonderful opening words of this morning's session, is part of an ongoing collaboration between the Biennale of Sydney and Western Sydney University. And as the subtitle of today's webinar describes, we really see today's event as a series of conversations on water. Session 2, which it's my great pleasure to facilitate today, continues the conversation that was started earlier by sharing ideas and work from both academic and curatorial perspectives. But we also want the conversation to include all of you in the audience. We'll be hearing from 4 speakers who I will introduce one by one, and then the panel will come together at the end for some joint conversation, making use of the questions and comments that we invite you to contribute via the Q&A function. So please don't hold your comments until the end. We would love to read through them as we go so that we can bring them together for the speakers to consider during the session. So please feel free to address your questions to specific speakers or to the panel as a whole. So let's get started. Our first speaker today in session 2 is Gai Hawkins, who is a professor at the Institute for Culture and Society with us here at Western Sydney University. And among many other research accomplishments, Gai has worked with Sydney Water on a project on building civic trust in tap water. So it's over to you, Gai.
Thanks a lot, Anna. And thank you to the Biennale of Sydney for the invitation to speak and to get that wonderful sneak preview of the event. It looks extraordinary. Thanks also to my colleagues at Western Sydney University, my wonderful colleagues in this institution, for all their work organising this event. I'm speaking to you from Camaragal country, always was and always will be Aboriginal land. Now I'll just get ready to share my screen. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you today about the idea of flow. If we had to nominate one distinct biophysical quality of water, flow would be very high on the list. This quality describes water's material capacity, its effortless and ceaseless movement, even when seemingly still. Water is alive to the flux of constant change, to constant interaction, to intimate relationality. So water's capacity to flow has given rise to some very significant philosophical thinking. Heraclitus, the Greek philosopher writing in 500 BCE, developed a doctrine that argued that everything in the world is constantly changing. Universal flux is the state of being. All things are always flowing in some way. And he is, of course, most famous for his claim that you cannot step twice into the same river. So this understanding of flow, flux, and emergence, has been very influential in a range of contemporary vitalist and process philosophers such as Bergson, Deleuze, Jane Bennett, Karen Barad, and many others. It's a foundational concept. In Chinese philosophy, there's been a long commitment to understanding flow as effortless action, as a state of mind that can be achieved when you enter into a flow experience and become the act or action that you are doing. But what of flow as a political capacity and issue? This is the question that I wanted to develop. I want to explore how water's capacity for flow becomes implicated in water politics. If you look at water, it flows and it is simultaneously contained. The river creates its banks and is then contained and directed by them. The underground aquifer is a storage system and a node in a vast network of liquid ecological relations. Urban water infrastructures are driven by directing piped, safe water into networks that feed into households, creating wide access to flow. Manipulating the dynamic interplay of these biophysical and biopolitical processes, or the interactions between flow and containment, is often at the heart of water politics. In the long history of water controversies, conflicts, and struggles over who can contain water and how, who can intervene in a river flow or access an aquifer system, all these dynamics and conflicts are fundamental to turning water into a political material. I'm going to use the example of bottled water markets, particularly in the global north, where I've done, I did a major research project several years ago, as my entry point into thinking about the dynamics between flow and containment as creating a distinct politics of water. In this research, we investigated how bottled water was generating a very disturbing form of hydropolitics and hydrofutures. Now, bottled water markets have a very, very troubled history. When bottled water ceased to be a table water, restricted to certain cultures and became mass marketed as basically an alternative to tap water. Now, these markets took off in the global north in the mid-1990s and grew rapidly. The rise of this new beverage, or fast-moving consumer good, as it was called, that was bottled and marketed by many of the large global beverage companies, Coke, Pepsi, Evian, Perrier, was phenomenal. The markets took off incredibly fast, and there was, widespread fascination and consternation with this new form of commodity. And there's been lots of debate about why did bottled water markets take off so fast in this period. Now, there were several reasons for this. First of all, there was the growing concern about water quality, and that was a result of declining and neglected state infrastructure. The spectre of climate change and water scarcity was real and palpable. We also saw the rise of the fitness industry and new sort of discourses about self-care and the need to be constantly hydrated as being a central element. And there was also a sort of reality that the beverage markets were facing, that they needed to diversify their product, that there was a backlash against sweetened drinks, which was seen as contributing to the huge increase in the obesity and the diabetes epidemic. So beverage companies were very interested in market diversification. So all these factors have been central to the growth of bottled water markets, but at the same time as these markets have grown, there has also been increasing activism across many countries in the global north around what bottling and containerization of water meant as a serious political problem. Bottled water has been described as the new smoking, and as the end of the idea of water as a common good and a shared resource. Now, many of these attacks and much of this activism focused on the idea of containment as theft, on the role of beverage companies in turning an ecological commons into an extractive resource. Privatising water, commodifying water, controlling water flows for corporate gain was seen as undermining the principle of network flows of water providing subsidised access for the many, delivered by civic infrastructures and servicing the social body for the common good. The idea of water as a commodity entering into the flow and circulation of capital was hugely controversial. So too was the containment device, the polyethylene terephthalate plastic bottle, which was seen as contributing to the global plastics waste crisis that has overtaken the world. Now, what's significant about this proliferation of what Michel Calon calls hybrid forums or disputes and public controversy about the containerization of water was not simply the operations of particular bottlers in particular places, but also the wider issue of how to deliver water and let it flow in just and fair ways. The bottling of water appears to disturb deeply held assumptions about the function of water in enabling human life. It foregrounds water's symbolic role in delimiting or protecting a space of the political and the civic separate from economic processes. Stopping flows of water or intervening in them prompts universal political questions about the interactions between sociality, water, and life, about the role of resources in enabling critical social bonds. As Judith Butler, the political philosopher, says, we might wonder whether the social bond can be thought of at all without understanding how the basic materials of life are exchanged, how basic needs are addressed or fail to be addressed. Now, water is thoroughly implicated in the basic materials of life, in enabling or disabling various social bonds, in creating collectives. And this is why the rapid growth of bottled water markets was seen as a significant political event. When water flows into single-serve plastic bottles, it brings with it a biopolitical burden. It is so thoroughly implicated in forms of life and in the administration of populations that new forms of containerization and delivery must be considered in relationship to this. Water isn't just essential to population health and environmental sustainability. It's also a non-substitutable resource. You can't wash yourself in Coke, you can't grow rice in Sprite. Water's vital materiality makes it a very potent participant in biopolitical arrangements. To bottle it, to classify it as a beverage, to deliver it in single-serve plastic bottles is to reorder and reconfigure those biopolitical relations in very troubling ways. Despite immense variability in how bottled water markets are organised and the politics and controversies that have swarmed around these markets, there are three general effects of containerisation that are repeated across these various disputes. These relate firstly to the capacity of the bottle to discipline water's biophysical unruliness, to control flows in the interests of property and commodification. The second dynamic that's always in play is the way in which the bottle appears to manage risk and the fear of water scarcity by generating a sense of abundant commodified supplies. And the third effect is to individualise water provision, to make drinkers feel that accessing safe water is a personal responsibility, not a shared or common obligation of governing. But what of the plastic? The final point I want to explore is how does the bottling of water in single-serve plastic bottles disrupt planetary flows, the complex interconnections driving Earth's ecological systems? One of the reasons why bottled water markets took off was due to the invention of the PET plastic bottle. This revolutionised packaging in the beverage industry, which had been reliant on aluminium cans and glass due to the fact that they couldn't find a plastic suitable to contain carbonated drinks. When PET was invented, it was found to be a plastic that could be stretched and blown in remarkable ways. It had incredible flow capacities as a plastic. It was immensely strong. And plastic is, of course, a remarkable flow material in itself, because, of course, plasticity means the ability to receive form and give form at the same time. But plastic is also one of the defining materials of carbon economies and disposable cultures, created by the byproducts of the fossil fuel industry and part of the great acceleration of human-induced planetary disruption and destruction. The burden of plastic waste on the planet is now considered equivalent to climate change in the scale of the problem and the complexities involved in both controlling the flow of plastic waste into the world through the relentless production of single-use goods, and in terms of the extent of the global cooperation that would be needed to manage and stop this flow. PET bottles, as waste, flow and contain in catastrophic ways. Whole riverways clogged with them signal the impacts of bottled beverage markets on fragile water economies and ecologies. Bottles promoted as the safe alternative to risky local water supplies like rivers return to those rivers as hard waste pollution. Very little flows past them. For those tiny minority of bottles that might be recycled, the myriad flakes and microfragments that escape this process of dematerialisation are completely uncontainable, part of ambient plastics and related toxins everywhere present in the environment, as well as in the bodies of most earthly life. What plastics do is remind us of how, after they have contained water, stopped it in its flow, they go on to defy containment, to blow around, flow into water sources, oceans, leach chemicals, and simply defy all attempts to manage or disappear them. And this brings me to the last point I want to make, and I think possibly one of the most powerful campaigns against bottled water. There was actually an advertisement for Brita water filters. Now, it would be easy to engage in a bit of left fundamentalism and dismiss this campaign as nothing more than canny marketing. Brita exploiting widespread activism against bottled water to position their water filters as the virtuous alternative. Now, there was, of course, a huge backlash to this campaign because brittle water filters are just as much a plastic waste problem as single-use bottles. And the idea that you need to filter water contributes to the undermining of civic trust in public utilities. And this ad was, of course, part of Brita's The Earth Needs Brita campaign, the corporation as planetary saviour. So despite the sort of quite powerful campaign against this ad as just more greenwashing, I want to consider its aesthetic force, which for me is what is more interesting and powerful about this campaign. It's such a sort of aesthetic shock to thought, this image. It foregrounds the connections between the rise of bottled water markets, the centrality of plastic in carbon economies, and the ways in which undermining the flows of networked public water delivered by pipes and utilities really means that we end up drinking oil. The way in which we sense in this image the troubling political interactions between flows of water, flows of oil, and flows of plastic that the mundane throwaway PET bottle generates is exceptional. What we see here is how the lure of the aesthetic provokes new affects, new forms of political engagement and emergent publics or collectives that are called into being by the concerns this image creates, by the way in which it unsettles and challenges the ordinary minor act of drinking, the way in which it points to how the container of the water is linked to a vast network of resource extraction, industrial production, commodity flows, and relentless wasting. This is the flow and flux of politics as circulating intensities in everyday life, waiting to be actualized. This is politics as imminent and emergent. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much, Gay. Lots to think about. Looking forward to picking up some of those points in our conversation. But for now, we'll move over to Joni Taylor. Joni is a Sydney-based curator and writer. She founded the New Landscapes Institute in 2014 to facilitate art, architecture and design collaborations. And Joni is also a participant in the Sydney Biennale. So we're delighted to have you here today, Joni, and it's over to you.
Thanks, Anna. And thanks Juan and Jose for inviting me to participate in this. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm on Bidjigal and Galleguillos land and to pay my respects to the elders past, present and future. I'm talking from the area of Bondi or Bundai, which has been said means the breaking of water on the rocks. This land was never ceded and something that we're always aware of in our work, which deals very much with the built environment. I'll just share my screen now. And as a way of introduction, thanks, Anna. So I am an independent curator and I founded the New Landscapes Institute in 2014. It was a way to facilitate experiments in transdisciplinary collaborations between artists and non-artists. In particular, I was interested in developing work that straddled architecture, research, and experimental spatial practices. The New Landscapes Institute is a platform that facilitates new dialogues and experiences which explore the unique conditions of our environment with the public. The participants and disciplinary makeup of the New Landscapes Institute changes with each project, which are all site-specific and often respond to the past, present, and future of the locations in which they take place. We use the exhibition and public event as a strategy for critical research and engagement. And previous projects have connected artists with ecology, architecture, science, farming, and gardening. One of the key themes in our work is the revisiting of archives. So this image here is an old map from 1988 of the stock routes of New South Wales. So these routes were traditionally used for droving, and now they have a variety of functions. They serve as green corridors, many have become roads and many have been forgotten. So we often include innovative responses to archives and challenge perceived historical narratives. So this particular archive led to a project called the Long Paddock, which was a long-term project examining the future possibilities for Australian network of travelling stock routes. For this project, I invited a group of artists, architects and designers to collaborate with the communities who had agency over these ancient routes. The traditional Indigenous owners, drovers who continued to muster cattle, beekeepers and bird watchers who continued to use them often in informal and unregulated ways. The result was an engaging creative research phase, which included camping, walking and horse riding with the final exhibition public program and catalogue. A contemporary drovers plant was also designed and developed so that we could take the public program out onto the stock routes themselves, as well as house our own research, which included oral histories and a globing mapping project. Similarly, another exhibition was called Groundwork from the Archives Up, and that began with exploring the 100-year-old archives of the New South Wales Government Architect's Office, responsible for what could be said was Australia's urban commons of public buildings and public spaces, and for selectively recording only parts of our built history. So this is an image here of some of those archives that we displayed with contemporary responses from artists and architects and designers. It also included a large public program of urban activations through temporary architecture. So we included a lot of public programs, walks, and this, for example, was a work called Watertopia, which looked at, which is basically a beach party on private property, which legally was public land. So there was that kind of conversation between public and private land. Which brings me on to the subject of our current project for the Biennale, the Floating Embassy, inspired by an earlier unbuilt work, the Dolphin Embassy by Ant Farm. The Floating Embassy is a new mobile nomadic structure that facilitates creative research in response to the site or body of water on which it is located. Its program will bring artists together with architects, designers and marine researchers and the public in a series of residencies, workshops and events on and around the water. Using a combination of archival research and multidisciplinary design collaborations, new methods for encountering the water and its many life forms will be questioned and examined. The Floating Embassy was inspired partially by the unbuilt and unrealised architecture, and in particular the almost lost archival drawings for the remarkable vessel called the Dolphin Embassy by Ant Farm. Ant Farm is a radical art and architecture collective active in San Francisco between 1968 and 1978, who began designing a vessel that would act as a floating interspecies communication station and facilitate communication between humans and dolphins. After a visit to Australia in 1976, the project continued when Ant Farm member Doug Michaels remained in Australia, in Sydney, to develop and build the model Oceania with local architects. This too was never built, and Doug sadly died while whale watching in Eden in 2004, a place known for its incredible cultural connections to killer whales with both the Yuin people and white whalers. Our new project experiments with what a contemporary interspecies communication vessel would be today. It resituates the experiment into our current urban condition and asks how we can experiment with spatial practices that respond to the ecology of our waterways and oceans. Together with founding members of Ant Farm, and in particular Curtis Schreier and Ship Lord, we're using their archives as inspiration to explore new strategies for recreating a contemporary testing station for creative knowledge. These will include unseen drawings and earlier versions from the artist's private collections and archives. We're also collecting new ephemera and material never exhibited before related to the project in Australia. New research and documentation will also take place. And themes to be explored include new animal cetacean communications and habitats, frequencies, floating architecture, oceanic meteorological phenomena, strange weather, and the urbanisation of water. Similarly, we are reaching out to researchers and scientists to collaborate with us as to what they would value in a floating embassy. While we may not only be communicating with dolphins in our current version, what kinds of interspecies experiences can be facilitated on this floating platform? This is an ongoing project, not to be simply discarded after the exhibition. Our practice of continuing research will be supported through public programming, engaging communities, and connecting the fields of art, marine science, and experimental spatial practices wherever it goes. Each site where the embassy is located will offer a unique opportunity for experiencing and engaging with our urban marine environment. It will be launched at the 23rd Biennale of Sydney, where its location at the inner city site of Walsh Bay will be conducive to reflecting on the urbanised marine conditions and the highly modified landscapes of Sydney Harbour. Other locations, such as the Parramatta River and the Pittwater near Guringai, will expand the scope of our focus on the environmental and social conditions of each site in collaboration with local communities. One proposed location on the Parramatta River is adjacent to the Newington Armoury, a former industrial and munitions wasteland, which is undergoing remediation processes as well as continuing deep cultural meanings as an important Indigenous site. The northern beaches of Sydney, with its unique water communities, all offer unique opportunities for diverse programming. In the Pittwater and around Scotland Island, the unique conditions allow for workshops and discussions around these water access only communities. So around this area, there are suburbs that are only accessible by boat, and what possible solutions this might offer for rising water levels and flood. So where to now? We're currently working with designers, knowledge holders, and researchers in building a floating platform to facilitate all these kinds of experiences. We are still very much interested in the power of the speculative and the unbuilt as a way to work towards more utopian modes of thinking about our landscapes, both urban and ecological. In some way, the floating embassy will need to be flexible, adaptable to change, and will be open to participants helping to inform its functions. Like the water on which it sits, it will travel lightly, be fluid, and open to flux. How do we respectfully, as humans, occupy these spaces, even temporarily? How do we create a new embassy without the exclusive colonial systems of power that come with selective members and voices? So we're now at an exciting time with the project, and we invite collaboration. So I'd like to use this opportunity, if these ideas do interest you, to contact us to collaborate. In the spirit of the New Landscapes Institute, this is an ongoing collaborative experiment, and we look forward to seeing what will emerge. Thanks.
Thanks so much for that, Joni. Exciting and fascinating. So I'm looking forward to the conversation continuing. For now, we're going to move to Talia Linz, our third speaker in this session. And Talia is a curator at Artspace Sydney and is also a member of the Curatorium for the Biennale of Sydney. So thanks so much for joining our conversation today, Talia. And it's my pleasure to hand over to you now.
Thanks so much, Anna, and to Juan and the rest of the team, thank you for the invitation to be part of this webinar. And I would like to also acknowledge and pay my respects to the Gadigal and Bidjigal peoples, who are the traditional owners of the land where I am, which is not far from Joni, actually, in Randwick, also east coast of Australia, for those who aren't familiar. I guess I should preface just to say that I'm not an academic, and I took the sort of invitation to have a conversational tone quite literally, so that that my talk will be more conversational, I suppose. As Anna said, I am a curator at Artspace in Sydney, which is one of Australia's leading interdisciplinary spaces for the production and presentation of contemporary art. And our mission is to enhance our culture through a deeper engagement with contemporary art. We are ever changing and ever challenging, and we're committed to experimentation, collaboration, and advocacy. And we do often work with university partners on a wide variety of projects, masterclasses, co-commissions. We have, students involved with our program. So we are very familiar with I guess this sort of collaboration and leveraging relationships to build projects together. Just to reflect quickly on the curatorium, which is, I guess, a model that's becoming more and more common. I think it is, an ideal working model for a number of reasons. It gives agency to a diverse range of voices. It is less about a sort of single authorial, capital C curatorial model and more a collaborative research endeavour, which is something that I, personally really enjoy. We often do, rarely get to work with peers outside of home institutions in this very sort of open, generous, generative way. So José's invitation was a very unique one and a generous one, and one that I think all of us have sort of taken up with relish. I love the way José talks about curatorial practice as collage and as a collected ready-made. He says that collective curating enables us to enter someone else's ongoing conversation, and it really is sort of 5 times the experience, 5 times the networks and relationships, and being able to pool everything and take the best practice from everything. Sometimes it takes 5 times as long, which is part of the deal. Okay, so let's flick through. So this is a Google image of Broome on the other side of the country, which was submitted by one of the artists in the Biennale, Robert Andrew, for the publication. And I've just been very enchanted by it. It has a sort of, to me, it looks like the tree of knowledge. And it really reflects that kind of, that influx, always moving quality that many of the speakers have spoken about already today, in regards to water and in regards to rivers. This is a sneaky screenshot from one of our thousands of Zooms. We've been in conversation as a curatorium for over a year and a half now. We've had many discussions. And these were some images that José showed us quite early on of Harold Fisk's maps of the Mississippi River. And Harold Fisk was a geologist and cartographer working for the US Army. And I'm also really taken with these images of the Mississippi, which sort of trace it from southern Illinois to southern Louisiana, because they were actually made to sort of illustrate a pretty dry government report, which is a beautiful thing. But also they really show, the behaviour of the river and as something that is always in flux. And through the different colour combinations, they visualise thousands of years of these course changes, and they're compressed into a single image. So really, it's kind of like a temporal vortex in a way, and you are seeing this constant movement and constant flux behaviour of the river, which has been something very useful in our thinking and in my thinking, because rivers, the title of the Biennale is, it's not just a Biennale about rivers, and it's not, or at least not only rivers. And as José talked about this morning, which hopefully all of you saw, there are a number of interconnecting themes, and we're very much using the idea of the delta and branching out the different tributaries of the river, and this sort of metaphor, and more broadly the kind of the lexicon associated with water, which again has been utilized so beautifully already, has been very useful in the curatorium's thinking and talking. Just a close up. So Juan put forward a few questions to me ahead of this talk, and I've found myself sort of going round in circles a little bit, but it's been helpful to enlist the river and Fisk's representation of the Mississippi to think about collaborating and, the need for agility and adaptability and weathering constant change, and always keeping in mind that the different tributaries come together and connect at some point. So we're working towards, a common goal. One of the participants, Francois Roche, said just casually in one of our Zoom meetings, use the river as Deleuze and Guattari use the rhizome. wouldn't be an art presentation without mentioning Deleuze and Guattari, but you know, that signifies to me that to allow for multiple non-hierarchical entry and exit points. So, you know, how do we work together? How can we speak to each other across disciplinary boundaries? How to curate the non-human? These are the questions. And I think this is not really about the practicalities of how, because we all know those. You know, we're familiar with establishing collaborative models, with having multiple outcomes across platforms, sharing the administrative load of things like grant writing and fundraising, which, you know, the sort of non-glamorous side of things, to consider diverse access and audiences, the ongoing conversations with tangible outcomes, whether they're exhibitions or publications, workshops, seminars, webinars like this one. So I think the question of how we work together is really one of behaviour, more of sort of a propositional code of conduct or ethics. So not what we do, but how we do it. And the answer or answers, or some answers, are essentially the same for all of these questions. And just some thoughts around this are this list that I have here, which is to decenter ourselves, whether our own position as curators or artists or academics or theorists or writers, or as humans. So that's a particular focus in this Biennale, to imagine another point of view, to invest in the process rather than the outcome, to invest in relationships. So establishing dialogue, to recognizing that it's a many-way exchange, to learn from each other, and to remain open. And this is open to both success and to failure. So you know, the old idiom that it's more about the journey than the destination often is true. And we do put our efforts to a lot of projects for this Biennale as well, where things don't come to fruition necessarily in material form, but that's not to say that the process and the discussions haven't been worth it. To listen and to fight for what you believe in and to fight for your position, but also to listen to other points of view. And I think critically to find common ground, and what Maka said earlier about dissolving the separation, because it is, I think, easy to focus on the differences rather than to sort of what is similar and what brings us together. Care is a critical one that I didn't put on that slide for some reason. But you know, it is at the heart of curating, and I think you know, an approach of genuine interest and curiosity and care is critical. And you know, laughing, having fun. I think humor, you know, a lot of artists and a number of the works in the Biennale do use humor as sort of an access point. And I think often, you know, when we catch people off guard, when we come in through a different door, and you know, laugh at ourselves, we can elicit change. We can establish a different kind of bond, a different platform from which to talk about more serious issues. So for me, I always I like to start with the art. So I think Harold Zeman was referred to earlier, and we've also, you know, talked about his approach in our discussions. Jose has described himself more of a, and you have to forgive my German, but a Ausstellenmacher, which is, you know, an exhibition maker rather than a thinker or a writer. I would say he's all three, but you know, that he prefers to work from the art out to theory rather than the other way around. And I would say, you know, that's the same position that I come from. So, you know, be an accomplice of the artists and start with the art. So I'm just going to talk about a handful of projects. Jose has covered a lot, and Hannah, our colleague, will talk about more this afternoon. So just a handful, and taking cues from them in relation to, how we can work together and speak to each other and curate the non-human. And these are just a few insights from artists that have come up through our Zoom conversations, which have stuck with me. So the first artist is Hanna Tulikki. She's a Finnish English artist, composer and performer, and she works in particular with voice and gesture. And she investigates the way in which the body can communicate beyond and before words. And this is a work called Source Mouth, Liquid Body, which was commissioned as a place-responsive work for the Kochi Biennale in 2016-17. And the starting point was the river systems in India, and particularly how they are represented within languages and traditional performing arts in South Kerala, where that Biennale takes place. And I think, this is a beautiful example of what Astrida was talking about earlier, about experiencing oneself as a body of water. So Hannah takes this quite literally. And at the heart of the work is the Nadi Varnana cycle, which is a river description, and it's literally different stylized gestures to embody the formation of the water. So it is water personified. It requires the eyes to be receptors and projectors, to see the river, become the river, and create the river before the audience. And Hannah writes, embodied within Katiyatam is the recognition or tacit knowledge of a continuum between human and more than human that dissolves the separation between self and other. So it's a 3-screen video work with these beautiful visual scores that Hannah also makes for all her works. Whoops. And Hannah is making a new work for the Biennale called Seal Skin. She's drawing on stories of human-seal hybridity, of creatures who shed their seal skins and walk on humans as land, known as selkies or silkies. And she writes, I will draw on traditional Selkie stories as bereavement allegories and seal calling songs as practices of making kin, to explore what it might mean to become with seal, in an attempt to uncover and offer alternative processes of grieving through kinship with the more than human. And I thought a nice link to her work is Quavaval Manamis, who's an Inuit artist from Kingate in Nunavut. He is a master printmaker and has this very beautiful sort of signature style, which draws on communal life, but has a beautiful sense of humour and whimsy. But looking at the human object or the human and more than human relations. So really, putting ourselves in the position of others and other creatures. Badger Bates is a Barkindji elder from far west New South Wales. He's a political and environmental activist and contemporary artist. He works primarily in printmaking and wood and stone carving, but his whole practice is intrinsically linked to his lifelong fight for the safety and health of the Barker River, or also known as the Darling River. And he talks about the river as his mother and the blood in his veins. And this was a site visit that we did with the curatorium. There's Jose and Uncle Badger on the ground. Uncle Badger's works incorporate the patterns, landforms, animals, plants, and stories of Barkindji country and the Barker, and they portray a strong sense of identity and close association with the land and waterways. He teaches young people about their culture, and he works tirelessly to represent his people. And he is the public face for the fight for the health of the baka. This is on the left, an image of the ancient fish traps at Brewarrina, and on the right, an image that I took from essentially the same position. And, you know, there is an ongoing fight for the health of the baka and the effect of cotton farming and, you know, the kind of massive pool of water from the river by farmers in that area. And Uncle Badger is, you know, an amazing human being and spokesperson and representative for his community and for the river. And Jose talked earlier about, you know, enlisting in the Biennale participants who either, you know, legally and formally represent the river or less formally are acknowledged as representatives. And Uncle Badger is definitely one of those. And, you know, we're very, you know, excited and humbled that the Biennale can be a platform to raise further awareness around this kind of activism. So there are a number of projects that operate in this way. This is a close-up image I took of one of the scar trees, which is you know, a traditional way of making canoes. And you can see, you know, I just thought there's a beautiful relationship between the texture and materiality of the tree and Badger's beautiful liner cuts. Sian Dayrit is artist from the Philippines. His work is informed by the experience of colonialism, specifically from the Philippines, but certainly not limited to. His projects combine archival references, protest imagery, and grassroots counter mapping. His recent works on cultural, political, and counter mapping in various vulnerable communities have helped further campaigns and advocacies pertaining to land and water disputes. And he's making a new work for the Biennale, which is exploring a campaign against 5 major dams that are being built in the Philippines, and it's called Let Our Rivers Flow campaign. And I think, you know, Sian and his work continually remind me that for many artists, their work is a strong political act. You know, he operates against systemic violence perpetuated by the state, and, you know, in a country that is still detaining cultural workers. He's not free within, you know, his country to express himself and to, you know, operate on behalf of these activist groups, but internationally, he is bringing, you know, more global attention to what is happening. So, you know, in a similar way, you know, the Biennale can assist in being a platform for that.
Just another minute, if that's okay, Talia.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, almost done. This is a work by Will Benedict called All Bleeding Stops Eventually. It's a series of 6 videos created in collaboration with artist and writer Chus Martinez. And the videos were made in response to a UN special report about the warming of the world's oceans. And in each of these, there's sort of an unlikely cast of threatened animals that deliver a message to humans. So they will be situated throughout the Biennale, and they are, you know, there's humor, but, you know, strong pathos in it. And he, you know, reminds us that we all live on the same planet, and as, you know, species ourselves, we will also disappear. But I wanted to emphasize, you know, the fact that you know, he does use humor as a different way into something which, you know, is obviously a very serious concern, but, you know, can sometimes feel like, you know, maybe too didactic, or that we're being kind of, you know, hammered on the head with this information, which can, I guess, which can disassociate some viewers. So I think, you know, Wills is a clever way in. And just to finish, there's a work from Kiki Smith, who is, you know, an amazing world-renowned artist who we're lucky to have in the Biennale with some beautiful tapestries. And this is her work called Pool of Tears, which reminds us that we're all in it together. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Talia. So much rich work there. We'd love to look at it all day, but need to move on to our final speaker for this session, for session 2, which is my colleague Brett Nielsen, who is a professor here at the Institute for Culture and Society at Western Sydney University. Brett's going to be talking about the relationship between academic, artistic and activist collaborations. He's going to show us some slides, but emphasises that they don't align exactly or perfectly or explicitly to some of the discussion he'll be having. They're images from his archive. Thanks to Brett, and just a reminder to the audience, please feel free to add your questions to the question and answer comments. Thanks, Brett.
Thank you, Anna. While I get organised, I just want to mention that I sit on Bidjigal land. So to what extent is social organization cut from the earth? Rivers and hydrology have always played an important role in arguments that underlay society with geology. Whether army and state precede or follow irrigation and flood control is a point of contention in historical and philosophical debates. Doubtless, rivers, catchments, and floodplains have cradled civilizations, but it would be hasty to reduce the relation of earth to society to a linear path of determination, or even a more open one of shaping, as the preferred nomenclature has it these days. Between the geo and the bio, the hydrological and the political, there are worlds, conundrums. If we extend this perplexity to the relation between earth and art, the difficulties don't cease. Words can paper over divides. Consider the relation of lithology to lithography, the study of the general physical characteristics of rocks to the printing process with an estimable art historical pedigree. Can we pretend that the stability of the first part of these words, the litho, provides a foundation upon which the second part varies? Does the switch from the logos to the graphic, knowledge to writing, sustain a change that matters? Words, language, writing, voice, these are the supposed barriers between nature and culture, the membrane that makes exceptionalism, or the belief that only humans have language. Moving through this screen, I think, is the proposition carried by the question that animates the Rivers curatorial statement. What might they say? As I hear it, the statement carries the suggestion that there's no outside to nature. There's no passive substrate or pure flow that lacks creative ingenuity. If we can accept that geological and biological non-humans can generate and interpret what we conventionally understand as language, then we must consider that language can be variously expressed as vibrations, currents, potential differences, chemical grammars, and so on. But there's a danger in this flip. Just as nature fades into culture, the slash between the human and the non-human can return. Decenter the human, listen to the non-human, collaborate with the non-human, all good instincts, but ones that can always erect the human animal again. Condemnation of the mastery and hubris of the human for the destruction of the planet is often the flip side of an assignation of responsibility to the human for some kind of remediation. Reduce emissions, set targets. This is the poverty of the politics with which we are left. how to avoid the reinstallation of the human in the very logics and methods that seek to replace it with something more generous and inclusive. This seems to me a kind of curatorial gambit. Now, I can't pretend to offer an exit from this dilemma or to say I occupy a position from which an escape might become possible. I think this bind is negotiable, but it's certainly not eliminable. My proposition here is to discuss how I've tried to grapple with this predicament through exercises of what I think of as research curation. The figure of the artist as a curator has been a fixture of contemporary art since the heyday of institutional critique in the 90s, if not earlier. Less considered is the figure of the researcher as curator. Despite commitments to practice-based research or the notion that curatorial practice might be research, the proposition of research curation has less grip. In the university, it's all about research management, research collaboration, research engagement, research leadership. These are the received ideas. By contrast, research collaboration is a prospect with which I'd like to identify many aspects of my work. Now, the research exercises that I have in mind have been dubbed platforms, and they've predominantly addressed issues of labor, precarity, and logistics. If non-human horizons have emerged, they've been more in the line of machines than rivers. Environments have approximated milieu, the noisy outside that constitutes self-organizing systems. Orchestrated with my colleague Ned Roster, these investigations have been carried out across locations in China, India, Australia, Greece, Chile, Singapore, Hong Kong, Germany, and Malaysia. They've taken us to sites such as recycling villages, semiconductor factories, e-waste dumps, container shipping ports, warehouses, copper mines, smelters, data centers, and railway terminals. The images that you see have been taken during these visits. Now, all of this work has involved a collective research process conducted and curated in cooperation with local participants, many of whom identify as activists and artists. And we've also taken care to move participants across sites. Labor precarity has been a preoccupation of the investigations, which have engaged with questions of logistics, software, infrastructure, and data politics. One of the commitments of this research has been a return to site over periods of years. As busy academics enmeshed in demanding cycles of work and performance, our visits have been time limited. So analogous to work in Australia's mining industry, where workers spend short stints of time in remote extraction areas, you might say we've done fly in, fly out research. We think it's better to be straightforward about this situation than to cover it over with pretty talk about ethnographic reflexivity. But how to seed strategies that can reverse these kinds of dynamics. A credo of the research has been no free labor, from researchers to designers, translators to minibus drivers, programmers to event organizers, we've made sure to pay. No doubt, adhering to this credo has been a risky process. Payment is a vexed issue, especially when working with researchers dispersed across sites, embedded in very different labor markets, and carrying varying expectations about how much work and amount of money might warrant. Our approach has been to pay the same amount to workers in different sites, no matter where they are. Now, platforms provide the conditions for practice to occur by providing a context, digital or otherwise, where researchers and those usually identified as subjects or objects or users of research can interact and co-produce Platforms question the traditional methodological and disciplinary boundaries of research. Talia was just talking about some of this ethos. Platform research also backs away from an easy spirit of collaboration. Platforms generate struggle as a precondition for relation. They're not naive about the power relations implicit in expanding their participatory scope. It looks like anyone can enter, but not everyone does. Often a core group of organizers encourages, sifts, and selects the contributions. When platforms take a digital form, for instance, through the creation and upkeep of a central website, this curatorial function usually overlaps with a measured control of the digital space. Moderation gives shape to the platform. This isn't a democratic process. Not everyone holds the passwords. So a degree of vertical organization facilitates the horizontal participation that defines and sustains the platform. Indeed, the secret truth of platforms often is that there's no ready public eager to contribute to the process. Participation has to be drummed up. Nonetheless, the result is an expanding plurality of perspectives, methods, receptions, and engagements that produce a dynamic archive of materials. And in this way, the contours of the platform are expansive, but not in ways that can be predetermined. So platforms are necessarily insecure undertakings. To invoke this insecurity, however, is not to face the peril of the process. In the case of the research platforms I've been describing, I think the danger exists in being called out for masquerading patterns of horizontal participation under vertical forms of curation and extraction. In the case of the Biennale, there's the unavoidable risk of curation's human hand imposing itself in the very writing of the question, what might they say? Now, doubtless rivers too can be artists and curators that assemble folk, life form, and places along their way. But artists can also kick back against biennales. It happened in Sydney in 2014 when there was a boycott. The loose ends of this, Australia's border politics, are not tied up by disinvestments or corporate rebranding. They're remnants of an incessant repetition that happens every 2 years, a couple of iterations ago, and this Biennale has admirable techniques and investments to bleed over this kind of incessant logic. But rivers certainly are not tabula rasa. They run through geological sedimentations and containments, as Gay discussed. The past is always present. If rivers are artists, they might also be activists. In 2022, will they kick back against the human megafauna of the Sydney Basin? What might they say? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Brett. And I think it's really fitting that you finish the presentations with questions rather than declaratory statements, complicated questions to add to our list for discussion. So thanks, Joni, if you have we've got everybody back online with cameras, and we just have a few minutes here, around 10 minutes to share in conversation together. And there's been such a vast terrain, or ocean, perhaps I should say, of points and ideas raised. But I think there are some really interesting connections across, in really unusual ways, the different perspectives that have been raised. So I'd invite any of you to add your reflections and observations, but I might just start with a couple, and feel free to pick up any that are interesting, or politely ignore anything that you think is not worth discussing. But when Gay started us off with this idea of flow, I think it's such an important one, because it's such a powerful word and concept. And I noticed that Gay talked about flow as effortless movement and the sort of political elements of flow, and actually Brett at the end brought us back to this kind of power that flowing currents have upon us. But just as an aside, given the kind of artistic and curatorial focus of our event today, I noticed that you didn't mention the discussions of creative flow that I guess among other people were most associated with. Oh, and now I have to pronounce his name, Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, who I don't actually know if that's anything like how it's supposed to be pronounced, but who I think died just this week or last week. So, I mean, the sense of flow is so important to creativity as well. And so I wonder if anyone, doesn't have to be gay, but could be gay, had thoughts on the kind of creativity flow and creative flow as process. Because I think process and practice have really been a thread for a lot of the conversation, actually starting with José this morning and working through both Joni and Talia, but I guess perhaps more explicitly Talia, discussing the processes through which curation happens. And I guess for those of us who are involved in different kinds of research, platform research or otherwise, are often very much focused on the processes and practices that help our research be more ethical and collaborative as well. I was really taken by your idea that not all work may seem like a success in the moment, and that failure is a space as well. But I think that that Joni reminded us that where you start to measure the success or failure may change whether it counts as a success or failure as well, because of her reuse and remembering of previous artistic initiatives that almost ceased. And that now form, have given birth to the new project that Joni's proposing or is undertaking. I guess one of the other connections I thought about here was archives. Again, thinking about Joni, I think we're all very interested in archives of different kinds, and that's clearly a very, really at the foreground of how you shape your work, Joni. But I think that as university workers, we also, and as members of a large Western Sydney institution, we have a real responsibility to think about archives and that many of us are the custodians and creators of archives that will have an ongoing legacy, which is one of the other things that José was mentioning, or that Juan and José were talking about earlier. And so I really loved the invitation to researchers that you were ending with. It's very appealing to people across the university, and it would be my pleasure to help you facilitate any further kind of conversation or engagement with students as well as researchers who may be interested in your work. And just maybe one final thought, Joni, was that you mentioned in conversation yesterday that you made the observation that in thinking about platforms and platform research that Brett took us through just now, you really are making a literal platform as part of your project. And I just would invite any of you to think about some of those different connections that in interesting ways help us think through each other's work.
I mean, I think for me, ultimately, the creative research side of the projects are the most interesting. So because we operate outside of traditional institutions, we're not affiliated with the university or a traditional institute, even though we collaborate a lot with them and we form partnerships. It's very much about getting artists, designers, creative people to actually respond through an artistic lens to things like archives. Many of the archives that I've used previously have been quite overlooked, maybe seen as quite banal, whereas an artist can come in, reinterpret it, new stories. I think archives, and I have actually, I've come in conflict at some points with the traditional archivists and librarians because, in no way am I a trained archivist or are the artists, but I think it's still, the works that have come out of that have been so, interesting and really looked at things in different ways, and I think had some impact. So, yeah, so looking forward to, what new kinds of creative research can come out of this project will be, that's what I'm most looking forward to, not so much the outcome in an exhibition. As Talia was saying, it's ongoing, and let's see what the successes are.
It strikes me that Brett's talked about research curation and you've talked about creative research.
Can I say something about flow? I mean, that was a great point to make, Anna, that I did not mention at all creativity and creative flow, but and that's very important. But I guess what I was trying to foreground is that the idea of flow, ceaseless movement, is just fundamental to post-structuralist political philosophy, philosophies of immanence, multiplicity, process. They all depend on the idea that things are in movement all the time. And that really what that draws attention to, which all these talks have really kicked around in different ways, is that the relational drives the social. And it's not that you come, and I guess the important point is that in these philosophies, relations are already in the world. So entering into these new sorts of engagements, negotiations, platforms, creative partnerships means to think about the engagements that precede those and the relations that precede those, and then ethically negotiating how they might flow differently, or how the existing relations and flows might be consolidated and enhanced for various aesthetic or political objectives. So that was the sort of the connection that I think you could make between flow, relationality, and the ethics of platforms and creativity and creative partnerships.
I guess, yeah, very important point, Gabe. Brett, go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, I mean, I think this relation between flow and creativity, I mean, it's fascinating. It's well discussed. You know, we could add proper names to it easily. But, you know, I wonder if there's also creativity to containment. You know, do we have to think of flow as liberating and containment as necessarily constraining? You know, and I think this is kind of the, you know, it's you know, this is a trick that artistry and curation has to deal with, I think. You know, as does politics. So, you know, the point in Gay's talk where she says, well, plastic itself flows kind of irredeemably and in negative ways, you know, begs the question, can we be creative about its containment? Or, you know, we might have a politics against the enclosure and privatization of water, but if we want a system of commoning water, we still might have to think about something like separating grey water from white water in order to manage that political process of commoning. So how do we take into account the creative capacities of containment at the same time we think through those of flow?
Well, I think that, sorry,
no, go.
Answering. Okay. I was just going to say, I think that, you know, creativity often comes from containment or some kind of containment, or, you know, boundaries or limitations or structures are necessary for creative thinking or creative action to really kind of, you know, be catalyzed by it. I'm not sure that creative flow is not kind of a misnomer, really, that it's you know, that kind of one of those sort of, you know, much talked about but ephemeral states that seem to be associated with the arts, but, you know, may not actually be a real thing. You know, it's just kind of hard work and dedication, like everything else.
Absolutely. Yeah. And just to follow on from that, I mean, there's a hugely individualized language of creative flow, you know, the peak experience or whatever. So that really needs to be challenged, as you've done. But I don't think I wasn't trying to set up a moralized language of flow versus containment as good versus bad. I'm saying the dynamics between those two techniques, really, two different practices, is where a lot of politics happen, good politics and bad politics in relationship to water. And of course, water has to be contained to render it accessible.
There's actually a question in the Q&A, I think, that follows on really well from this discussion. Sue Reed talks about how in Hong Kong activists and community members found motivation and cohesion under the theme Be Like Water, and that these people now, many of these activists are now themselves literally contained, as in detained or constrained. So the question there is, how can we better sustain artists and activists to increasingly locate the productive leaks, counterflows and upswellings for real resistance and deep political and relational change? And actually there was an earlier comment as well about boycotting of the Sydney Biennale, which Brett mentioned, and sort of the gender ethics involved in women artists boycotting. So both of those comments, I think, relate to the idea of containment, but also of flow as deeply political practices and forces.
They are all fantastic comments. I can't add to that point from Sue Reed, but that analogy around Hong Kong activism, Be Like Water, is so powerful.
And two follow-up comments as well around Brewarrina of fish traps as a beautiful combination of containment and flow. Thanks, yes, Kate Richards, for that observation. And
lovely.
Kim Goldsmith as well, talking about confinement, often defined by a problem. But that's perhaps why creativity often comes from confinement as well. That's following up on Talia's observation too.
Hello all, and welcome to the third session of A Glossary of Water. We begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands and the waters on which we're participating from today. I acknowledge the Darug, Eora, Tharawal and Wiradjuri nations on whose country the campuses of Western Sydney University are located. I add that all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander lands in the continent now called Australia are unceded. I'm speaking to you today from the lands of the Darug Nation on Western Sydney University's Bankstown campus. The campus is located in the Sydney suburb of Milperra, part of the watershed of the Georges River, called the Tukora by its Aboriginal custodians. I acknowledge elders past, present and emerging from the Darug community, as well as of all other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander nations. I want to specifically acknowledge First Nations people joining us today. And finally, I encourage you to tell us in the Q&A box which lands you are participating from. My name is James Gawley and I'm chairing this session. I teach literary studies in the School of Humanities and Communication Arts and do literary research in the Writing and Society Research Centre, both at Western Sydney University. I lead my school's Environmental Humanities Research Support Network. In this session of a really wonderful event, we're going to hear from six speakers in 4 sections. First, Hannah Donnelly from ICE, Information and Cultural Exchange. And Hannah is a member of the 23rd Biennale's Curatorium. Then from Michelle Maloney from the Earth Laws Alliance and Louise Crabtree-Hayes from Western Sydney's Institute for Culture and Society. Then Jen Dolan, Western Sydney's Head of Sustainability Education. And then from Leo Robert and Ian Wright from Western Sydney's School of Humanities and Communication Arts and Science, respectively. I'm not going to take up any more time at this point, but before I hand over to Hannah, I really do encourage you all to use the Q&A function as much as is possible. The webinar format that we're using today requires, I think, some hacking to make it as communicative as possible. We're going to hear our presentations back to back now and then move to Q&A and discussion in the remaining time. So it's over to you, Hannah, and thank you very much.
Thanks, James. Thank you for inviting me to this symposium. Just sharing my screen. So I'll start just with a little introduction. My name is Hannah Donnelly. I am the First Nations producer at Information and Cultural Exchange in Parramatta. working on Baromaticals. I am also, as mentioned, part of the curatorium for the Biennale of Sydney. I am Wiradjuri from central New South Wales, connected to Womble and Macquarie River region. This is an image of the Information and Cultural Exchange building in Parramatta. Some of you may be very familiar with. And this is a member of our Direct Knowledge Holders group, a direct cultural practitioner, Chris Tobin, doing a smoking and welcome for one of our events this year. So I won't spend too much time on talking about the framework for rivers for the Biennale. I'm sure, well, I know Jose went through lots of the thinking and reflections behind that, and this particular mapping has been used a lot in regards to the Glossary of Water event. But just to touch on, I guess, that, you know, we weren't just talking about rivers, we're talking about ecologies, knowledges, ancestral technologies and histories of water. And each curatorial member kind of relates to this concept of rivers in a different way. We have different things that we're drawn to in our early conversations and research around the Biennale. And Talia, my colleague earlier, Talia from the curatorium, also kind of spoke about the process of the curatorium, the collective nature of working as a curatorium. So I won't go too much into that, but just to say that one of the things that I've been really drawn to with rivers, with working with Jose, in our early conversations, Jose kept on mentioning the phrase colonial penetration routes for rivers and waterways. And, you know, we can really strongly relate to that in this country. Rivers, waterways, waterholes, being sites of colonial penetration routes, being sites of conflict, and relating to our histories that are sometimes dark and full of grief. And the water holds those histories, which is that, you know, it is massacres, it is other atrocities that have happened in this country, and that is held by a lot of our waterways. Everyone would be very familiar with this Aboriginal Australia map. Just to give a bit of a context, I guess, around my focus, a little bit of my experience as a curator and producer is very much centred in southeastern Aboriginal Australia. Southeastern Aboriginal Australia being from New South Wales, Victoria down to Tasmania, and you know, different regional styles and communities within those places that we, you know, on the Murray-Darling Basin, and how those regional styles, how southeastern communities, you know, are really going through a renaissance of reclaiming their stories, revitalizing their languages, you know, sharing contemporary expressions of their cultural identity. And those regional styles of the Southeast are very unique. They aren't what we typically associate with, you know, in terms of international understanding of Aboriginal Australian art. Southeast is very particular. So I will talk about some Southeast artists, but, you know, with the Biennale, of course, we're looking at First Nations artists from all across Australia and also internationally as well. So I wish, you know, we had time to go through and talk about some of the artists and touch on their projects for all of these artists, but I'll just talk about a few so I don't run out of time. First up would be Casino Wake Up Time. And Casino Wake Up Time are a collective, a group of aunties working on Bundjalung country. The members are made up from Bundjalung cultural practitioners and Gamilori cultural practitioners. That's in Northern Rivers region, New South Wales. And so the members are based in Casino, and they've been meeting for over 10 years as a way to share stories learn and share their knowledges of traditional weaving styles. And there's, each cultural region has very specific weaving styles. Bunjalung community has a very specific, the flat stitch Bunjalung bag is a good example of a really specific style to that region. And so for the aunties in this group, it's really about sharing and renewing culture. And they've had, they've participated in lots of experiences like Southeast Aboriginal Arts Market. But I think the Biennale, they're very excited. This is probably the first international platform that they've been involved in. And, it's given them the opportunity to look a little bit more closely at, they've had a visit to the Australian Museum to look at collections, ancestral belongings and objects that are held by the museum that were stolen from their country, and comparing the stitches in the bags from the collection to what they do in contemporary forms. So the aunties are relating to also the harvesting techniques of the Bunjalung wetlands. They use lamandra, which is very common fiber for weaving, but they also use the bucky rushes. And they're kind of reflecting on the changes in the environment and the availability of those fibers for their weaving. And certainly one of the things that will come up probably in every artist that I talk about is the connection to their ancestral waterways, and actually the access to their ancestral waterways, which is sometimes on privately owned land, and negotiation around trying to collect native fibers or harvest particular plants is always a bit tricky. For the Biennale, the aunties are also kind of touching on histories of stolen generations and removal of children, and they're kind of looking at the form of a dormitory bed that has been kind of dismantled and rewoven, that's telling the story of their wetlands. So I'll move to the next one. Julie Goff, artist from Tasmania, and Julie Goff, in my opinion, is one of the most important artists in Australia. Her work is really dark and beautiful, but it's based on that kind of fraught ground of the settler colonial nation building. She has a rigorous process of historical unearthing of texts and writing in the archives that documented the massacres of Indigenous people in Tasmania. She then transmutes those archives into artworks that kind of compels the viewer or the audience into acts of remembering, the people and the massacres in the face of lots of national forgetting. So this particular image is an old work manifestation, and the burnt chair is an image that comes through in some of her work, and that signifies the resistance of stolen Aboriginal women who were particularly connected to the whaling, colonial whaling, who were extracting retribution on their kind of colonial oppressors and burning down stockkeepers' huts and burning down colonial kind of buildings. For her work in the Biennale, Julie is following lots of rivers and tributaries in the Midlands of Tasmania that are directly related to the really brutal Black War campaign of then Van Diemen's Land in the 1820s. And she's been researching the colonial landholding histories. And again, another artist who's negotiating access with private landowners to get access to those ancestral waters. And she's just mentioned recently that she's been using drones as a way to get around that access. And she's also connecting to stone tools that are held in institutions and museum collections that have been taken from these rivers and tributaries in Tasmania. And unfortunately, she can't use those stone tools in the particular conditions of the Biennale exhibition, but she's looking at creating a facsimile of those cultural belongings that she kind of is yearning for. And then she's collecting materials and pigments, the sediments of those rivers where they belong, and placing these facsimiles with them in an act of remembering. Another Tasmanian group for the exhibition, Palawa senior craftsman Rex Greeno and his son Dean Greeno. And Rex was born and raised on Flinders Island and has a long kind of family history around fishing, hunting, catching, and catching mutton birds and crayfishing, and just a lot of experience at sea. And that kind of skill and learning growing up led him to undertake lots of research in the traditional forms of bark canoes in Tasmania and reclaiming that knowledge. And so Rex Greeno has been creating paperbark canoes, of which you can see pictured here, and also reed canoes, and teaching that to his son, Dean Greeno. And Dean Greeno, his son, is also an artist and researcher, and their Lola Greeno, Dean's mum, is also an artist, and she's known for her marina shells, beautiful Tasmanian necklaces, and this kind of where all of their practices kind of intersect as a family, because Dean is also researching the disappearance of the Tasmanian kelp forests and the impact on those cultural practices and the disappearance of those shells. And another artist I'm working with is Dale Harding, Bidjara Gungaloo and Garrabal artist from Central Queensland. And Dale's work and practice has really taken the forms of places and markers from his community, like the Carnarvon Gorge is very famous cave paintings. And so Dale's taken some of those regional styles, particularly stenciling, that forms a really core part of his practice. And he works with pigments on these large scale wall works, and he's always involving family members in the discussions around his work. And he has very interesting approaches as an artist to ceremony and private and public. And so his work is often layered with ceremonial stories that only his family has access to, and then that kind of work is then veiled with more pigments over the top, so the public only gets access to certain parts that aren't secret or sacred. For the Biennale, Dale is carving a major new wall work, and his work is about witnessing waterways and responding to data, particularly from waterways on his ancestral waterways and Gungaloo country. And that data is not, that data is more creative. It's from his family members and community, a group of people who'll be traveling together in the Woorabinda area, possibly over January next year, and they'll be interpreting the waterways and giving that information to Dale. And so that might be observations, it might be GPS markings, or their responses or cultural performances to the Gungaloo waterways. And this is an international collaboration that has been really great to work on as part of the Biennale. We have a Paiwan artist, Aloe Kamken, and also a Indigenous curator, Byung Ismahasan, who's from the Bunan Nation in Taiwan. And Aloe is a sculptor, installation artist, weaver from the Paiwan Nation in Taiwan. and she creates, lots of work with textiles, wool, cotton, copper, silk, and beads, and weaves lots of organic forms. This particular work is the story behind it. In 2019, her village was hit by a really violent, her ancestral village was hit by a really violent typhoon Morakot, and it forced the community to relocate, and they actually haven't been able to go back to their village since the typhoon to live, I should say, back in the village. And so she's in this work really looking for ways to reconnect. I'm at 15 minutes. Well, that went very fast. I'll just finish a little bit on Alawite and then finish up. And she's looking for ways to reconnect Indigenous women back to their community. She's doing lots of rubbings of ancestral objects and ancestral homes. That's what you can see here is a silk and ink rubbing of a slate home. And yeah, looking at this, an Indigenous Taiwanese concept, particularly called Satspaden, which is the mountain water in Taiwanese language. So sorry, I didn't go, I had a few more, but I will finish up there.
No, I want to jump in. I think you should keep on going. We can definitely fit another 5 minutes in. I just wanted to keep you abreast of the time.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll quickly, I think these were just a few. I won't do them all, but I might just quickly do this last one, the Mile Creek community for the Mile Creek Memorial. So some of you may know, may or may not have heard of the Mile Creek Memorial on Gamilaraay Country, regional New South Wales. And so this is a memorial that was built, well, there's a 20-year history, I guess, and the history of this site is very hard. It is a massacre site. In June 1838, a group of 10 stockmen led by a squatter rode into Mile Creek Station. This is near Bingra in northern New South Wales, and massacred 28 Aboriginal people, mostly women and children. And so this is an interesting story of, I don't use the word reconciliation myself because of the gestures and the way that it has been used, particularly after the Howard government era, because there is a lot to criticize around concepts of reconciliation and where we're at as a nation with actually kind of taking action. But this is a good example, one of the rare examples that I talk about of reconciliation, where both the Indigenous local community and non-Indigenous local community, the descendants of the perpetrators of the massacre and those survivors of the massacre have come together in really grassroots action over the last 20 years to build this memorial site, to have the memorial rock, to have a commemoration annually to remember that history. And we're really happy that one of the community activities for the Mile Creek Memorial has been the development of the Gathering Cloak, which you see here. And the Gathering Cloak will be in the exhibition, but it will also anchor conversations for the Biennale, where members of the committee will host some truth-telling sessions in Sydney, and also will invite all the audiences to the Biennale that possibly can make it to also attend the next memorial in Bingra in June next year. And I won't go into Leanne Tobin, only just to say that it's really exciting that we have a Darug artist as one of the Biennale artists, one of the first times that I know of in the history of the Biennale of Sydney, that a Sydney kind of traditional owner will be an artist in the Biennale. And so that's very exciting. I'll leave it there.
Thanks very much, Hannah, and sorry again for interrupting. The perils of offering to keep time.
Yeah, of course.
Our next two speakers who are presenting collectively are Michelle Maloney and Louise Crabtree-Hayes, and I might rescind my offer to be a timekeeper from here on.
Thanks, James. And so I'll be starting our session off. So I'm Louise Crabtree-Hayes, and I'm based at Western Sydney University. And I just want to acknowledge that I'm joining the conversation today from the Barramadigal lands of the Darug Nation here on the banks of the ever extraordinary and impressive Parramatta River. And so my work focuses on how we can think about, build and govern cities and human settlements based on an understanding of ourselves as embedded and embodied ecological agents, which translates into work on property systems and with Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal colleagues on that, including Dr. Michelle Maloney, who I share the honour with of supporting the Regenerative Songlines Network under Aboriginal leadership and working on a whole swathe of things. So I might just quickly flick over to you, Michelle, to quickly introduce yourself, and then I'll set up the context for what we want to talk about.
Wonderful. Thank you, Louise. And thank you so much, Hannah, for that wonderful overview. Those artworks are just so inspiring and amazing. Yes, I am Michelle Maloney. I would like to acknowledge I'm here on Yagara Turrbal country here in North Brisbane. I'm the co-founder and national convener of a really wonderful NGO called the Australian Earth Laws Alliance. I think of Ayla as my baby, but my baby has also helped spawn several other amazing organisations, including the New Economy Network Australia, Future Dreaming, and is one of the supporters of Regen Songlines. Back to you, Louise.
Thanks. So when we sort of talked about doing this presentation, we decided the best thing to do was basically to have a conversation and focusing on the rights of nature. So I'll sort of do a brief setup to start this sort of exchange off. And for those of you with an interest in this, I should also flag that rights and the rights of rivers are actually covered in the Glossary of Water book that was mentioned this morning. So there's, there are things there that people can read into if you need to dig down on this a bit further. But obviously, as some of you are no doubt aware, this idea of the rights of nature and the rights of rivers is really emerging as a way to possibly reframe or equalise relationships between human and non-human agency in the systems and the decisions that we carry. Now, it's a framing that sometimes receives criticism for its reliance on the still human concept of rights or for its perceived rejection of existing legal mechanisms and channels that might actually achieve similar aims, particularly if it's regarding challenging resource extraction activities or exploration, for example. And so that critique sort of asserts that there are other tools that we could use. So why would you assert the rights of nature or the rights of rivers in that context? But I think regardless of that sort of inevitable anthropomorphic tendencies of asserting the rights of nature, but there remains something compelling about engaging in this allocation of rights to non-humans and this question of whether that provides tools for supporting decisions that actually enable life to thrive. Now, obviously, this is sort of thinking within a Western legal context and construct. So it's crucial, this consideration and framing and thinking about the possible role of acknowledging those rights pays heed to the context in which it's happening, which here is obviously an unceded landscape and a colonised landscape of unceded territory. So given that Michelle and I, respective lines of work, is sort of in the rights of nature and relational forms of property are actually in that context, our conversation's driving question is very much if, or if we want to get very optimistic, how colonial understandings of property might be challenged by changing the legal standing of rivers and land. So to start the discussion now, I'm actually going to hand back over to Michelle, who's going to talk us through a bit of the background of the rights of nature as a discourse and a practice. So back over to you, Michelle.
Thank you, Louise. So I guess the simplest way to get your head around these key concepts is to actually start with the system of Western law that many of us were born into. So I'm a non-Indigenous person, descendant of Irish convicts brought over here by the colonial project. If you put the Western legal lens across your eyes and look out into the world, the most important thing to realize is that because of many hundreds, if not thousands of years, of Western thought influencing Western law, what we find is a system that does not see nature. It simply does not see the living world as alive. But what about national parks or protected areas? I hear you cry. Well, it's interesting because in Western legal systems, those areas, like everything else in nature, are still objects. So again, putting the Western legal lens over our eyes, when we look out across the world, we only see what we have created in our society as something having its own legal status. So we see people have legal rights. We also see entities that are actually as fictional as a unicorn called corporations. And they were given legal entity over many hundreds of years of the rise of empire, the rise of imperialism. And in fact, their early roots are in the church, where different entities would be created and have their own legal status. So when we look out across the world through these lenses of law from the West, it's a pretty dreary place. I often, when I talk to my students and even young'uns, tell them, really what you're seeing is a landscape dominated by people and by these big cardboard box things they call corporations. And for example, in Australia, in this very moment, legally speaking, these are the only things that have legal rights. So the rights of nature movement emerged, and if I had more time, I could tell you all about the interesting origins, but I will skip through some of the key points. It's actually important to know if you're interested in this topic, because there's a lot of misinformation about different constructs. The rights of nature movement as an emergence in the Western world, talking back to Western law, was very much coming from the place of saying nature is much more than just an object or the property of human beings. The living world deserves to be respected as having a right to exist, thrive, evolve, and continue on its evolutionary pathway and journey. So what we saw, and here's a quick bit of history from the West, we actually saw the very first jurisdictions in the Western world that recognized the rights of nature were small local council equivalents in the USA. In around 2006, we saw a number of groups who were sick to death of the existing legal system, which was not only controlled by corporate interests and controlled by state and federal powers. The local communities were rising up and declaring that they, as a local community, had the right to a healthy environment, and the living world itself, nature, had a right of its own to exist. And it was those the number of awesome humans over there really pushing back at this domination of power in the Western legal system in the US that were invited into Ecuador by the Indigenous elders when they were trying to get rights of nature into the Ecuadorian constitution. Now, why do I jump from these small groups in the US that are pushing up against the biggest form of capitalism the world has ever seen to Ecuador? In 2008, the version of rights of nature that was adopted into the Ecuadorian constitution, so the highest or the foundational law of the land, is very important because it didn't identify a particular ecosystem like a river. It basically says all of nature has the right to exist and evolve and thrive and evolve, et cetera, et cetera. And through that, anyone has open standing to protect elements of nature that they really care about. And the very first case was actually a river, but that's just coincidence. Ecuador has also had cases recognizing the rights of nature for mangroves, for communities and environments that are under threat from different aspects of human development. But the big change came in 2017 when in New Zealand, under this big Treaty of Waitangi, where the British government has a treaty with the Maori peoples of New Zealand, under this complicated legal process, one of the longest cases in New Zealand, the river was seen, the Maori people wanted the river back in their own control. The government wouldn't give up control. Their compromise was to say that the river owned itself. And they used something called legal personhood. If we had more time, I could tell you why legal personhood is a really flawed construct for nature, because it literally just says this river is just like a corporation. It has the right to own property, to sue and be sued, to enter into contracts. Whereas an earth jurisprudence or deep earth laws approach would say rivers have river rights, bees have bee rights, trees have tree rights. From New Zealand, we've then seen the spawning of a really ecosystem-focused approach. And by that I mean we have Ecuador, Bolivia, places in the US, Uganda, a couple of other countries that recognize the rights of nature across their whole jurisdiction. Then we saw a branching off with legal personhood for rivers, and now people are arguing for legal rights for rivers. There are people in this country talking about rights for ancestral beings, including rivers. It's a really fascinating, vibrant, emerging area of law. But the thing to remember is all of this is in response to Western legal systems treating the living world like property. As any Indigenous person on this call or listening later to the recording knows, you don't need a rights-based system to care for country. You need an obligation. And certainly when you hear Indigenous elders like Mary Graham and Paulina, who are part of Regen Songlines and who I'm very privileged to work with, when they explain Indigenous ways of thinking, knowing, being, they're so deeply patterned into the landscape. There's no competing rights. All life has a place, and everyone has an obligation to care for country and care for each other. So where does that leave us? We live in this world, and I'll wrap up in a moment and hand back to Louise in case anyone's watching time. So we live at a time when we are causing vast harm to the living world. We live in a colonial nation, the nation of Australia, across the top of many, 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 many hundreds of First Nations territories or entities. We have right now a legal system that does not, literally cannot see the living world as having any right to live. So these efforts to pronounce that nature has rights can play an important part in spearheading a different culture. But if I'm to be absolutely honest, I don't think the compartmentalization of saying this river has a right, but that one doesn't. Or this river has rights, but the wetlands don't. How do we work that out? I feel that we're falling back into the compartmentalization and the kind of separation that Western law creates. So it's a complex area, but what's the simple solution? Well, we actually have to tether and control the powers of governments and corporations, and we have to change our entire culture and governance system to be in harmony and relationship with the living world. There's a lot of sharp, pointy legal tools we can use to do that, as well as embark in these important discussions about rights of nature. Thank you, Louise.
Thanks, Michelle. And I think for me, what really comes through in that, and I'm really glad that you mentioned Mary Graham, because I was going to mention her work as well, because having listened to her last night and talking about relationality, and because where this sits in regard to ideas around property, because you're right, this legal landscape, this Western legal landscape, only sees land or nature to the extent that it can be objectified for the purposes of trading or extraction, or to be given the right to sue and enter into contracts. But listening to Mary, and her talking about relationality, I mean, the way she explained it was because, for the stories that she knows, country made people human. That was the context within which people became human. And so that absolute sort of visceral and physical and affective embeddedness is absolutely integral to relationality. And that's the system by which decisions are made. So it's I love the fact that you said the landscape that Western law sees is dreary, because it is. It's so dreary.
There's no life, yeah. And when you see the beautiful writings of Mary Graham and others, and anyone perhaps on this call, I mean, the world is an amazing, remarkable, beautiful living place, and our legal system has cast it into the grey underworld place that is only for humans to shuffle about and use up. So yeah, and I would urge anyone to look up Mary Graham's work on the relationist ethos, but also Anne Paulina's work on recognising ancestral beings, the rights of ancestral beings. This is her conversation back to rights of nature, and it's a really movable space. But I wonder, Louise, if we bring it back to rivers themselves, the sort of the topic of this, perhaps my closing remarks would be that I absolutely agree that most of the first peoples of this place, saw their rivers and waterways and interconnected groundwater and just such a beautiful interconnected web of life as vital. And it wasn't about separating them out from the land. It was all interconnected. And what we have to do in Australia is really, really strive towards a completely different way of, as you would say, Louise, relating ourselves to place and place to us.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this morning's session, yeah, that relationality I saw really carry through in work that Astrida was talking about, and her assertion that we consider ourselves to be bodies of water because of that absolute physical embeddedness and porosity and embodied nature of existence. And for me, it throws light immediately on the politics that demands, which is relational politics. And how legal systems can engage with that. And there was a beautiful image of Harold Fisk's maps of the Mississippi Delta as it moves over time, which I actually then found a quilt of online. It's this beautiful quilted thing. And for law to be able to understand that, and to understand that it's, for Western law to understand that, and that it's operating in a landscape where that is already understood, and to actually start to engage with it. And I think that for me, in working on models such as commons, which are based in a relational ethos of being in place, with the obligations and reciprocity and mutuality that entails, but also previous legal understandings of use value rather than exchange value, these more place-based social understandings and embodied understandings of law, I think, are where the promising bits are if Western legal systems can be redeemed on this.
And I would actually argue that many aspects of Western law cannot be redeemed. I think so caught up in its own culture emerging from that European mindset of colonization and extractivism. And what we forget is the European mindset was when you run out of something, you go somewhere else and grab it and use it up. What we have to develop in Australia that would then create out the other end a completely different legal system is
absolutely
obviously listen to First Nations wisdom, but we have to take responsibility for how our human settlements, structures and impacts are being emerging. And as you know, the Green Prince approach we've been working on turns it all on its head and says, what if Westerners rethink where they live, what place they are in, and how do we redesign everything based on a relationist ethos? Not to appropriate culture, but to change the legal system, the political system, and the economic system, so that nature comes first.
Yeah, and that's an awesome segue, because that's where I wanted to go with it, because I think that what ultimately, if there's that legal challenge that says, well, there's no point asserting the rights of nature because we've also, we've already got legal tools that we can use. I don't think it's about doing legal work. I think it's about the fact that it does world-making work and it does ontological work to start to make that shift in terms of, no, this isn't about, even we need legal tools, obviously, and those will have to be sort of brought to bear on this work. But I think the bigger work is what it does ontologically and starting to shift that understanding.
Yeah. It is. I think of it as a spearhead concept. Absolutely. Yeah. I think the legal system we're going to have, if we survive the next few decades, will be unrecognisable today. I think Australia has the potential to do something quite remarkable, but a lot of these conversations are just chipping away at the concrete of colonisation, and what flourishes and grows underneath will depend on local communities and how they are together. Very exciting, very frustrating. And I can see James kind of appearing his little face. I think that's his quiet way of saying, you're out of time, ladies.
Yes, and I was about to wrap up at that point. Always great to chat, and we'll keep doing it. So we'll hand back to James.
Thanks, Louise.
Cheers.
Thanks very much to you both. And I'm sorry that my little face appeared. I like chipping away, but I'm wondering if we can go with erosion as well to offer some water-based metaphors. Our next speaker is Jen Dolan, who's ready for us. So over to you, Jen.
Thank you very much. I'm just delighted to be here today, and I want to congratulate the organisers for a wonderful and thoughtful symposium. Now, let me start from the beginning. Playing eel music in the background. Right, thank you. So I'm here today talking to you and living and working on Darug lands, and also wading and swimming with the Daruban River. And I'm going to spend just 10 minutes, I hope, sharing with you a love story with slippery, queer and elusive eels. I want to acknowledge not only our Aboriginal custodians, past, present and future, but also Gurungadi, which is the Darug word for the giant eel being and creator of these riverlands, and which I'm going to speak about. So a love story with slippery, queer, elusive eels is drawn from my research, my place-based research and practice of deep hanging out with the river, with local fishers, mostly fishermen and mostly retirees, all male, weeding, planting, caring, listening and learning. This is the outskirts of Western Sydney, and it is awash with rivers, creeks, wetlands that are forever becoming, connecting and diverging. The river here is called Daruban by the Darug people and the colonial name of the Hawkesbury Nepean. It is an ancient, iconic but degraded waterway classified as a tide-drowned dominant valley that wraps around the Sydney Basin, the edge of the Cumberland Plain, cradled by the Blue Mountains. These riverlands are awash with aquatic and ecological life that cycle through their own rhythms, although now inextricably entangled with humans and our impact. This particular photo is from the latest floods in March this year, where the agency of the rain and water was powerful. Each day for a week, those of us stranded north of the river from where I live would come daily and bear witness to this inundation. I consider myself a child of these riverlands and have a strange affinity with the river eels that dwell here for the most parts of their lives. This could be because I myself am a product of dual cultures and multiple landscapes. On my father's side, we have deep settler angler roots stretching back to 1802 and to the first English invader settler who grabbed land in Yarramundi and had it declared mine. On my mother's side, we came to the Hawkesbury via the massive post-World War II migrations with baggage and expectations and Eastern Europeans' perspective of community, children of upheaval and longing for lost places, language, culture and advancement. Growing up, we were acutely aware of our status as new Australians, a term no longer in common use. The name was coined by Australia's first Minister for Immigration to promote assimilation. However, my father's family, basic working class Anglo origin, would always say it with a condescending sniff. Riechka, river. I can't remember when the river was clear. Mum said it used to be when she was young. Bilica, Borisko, Silbuski and Slavinsky kids would sneak to the Hawkesbury River after school. European skins warmed by the Australian sun. They learned to swim in the dams at migrant camp, then graduated to jumping off pylons at Windsor Bridge. It was safe because you could see the bottom. English, 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 they were told, but the Eastern Bloc stuck together. Polish, Hungarian, German, Ukrainian and Latvian. Riska, Folia, Flus, Rishka, Opa. The other kids, local kids, never acknowledged them. Not at school, on the bus, nor at the river. After all, they were here first, don't you know? River eels, I think, have synergies with migrants and refugees in Australia, embraced by some and yet not exactly loved by all, viewed as an uncharismatic but tolerated species at best. The general fisher population and the Bass Fishers Club, the group I hang out with, do not like them at all. Ugh, slippery, slimy, yucky. What's wrong with bass, Jen? Why don't you love bass? Why don't you love bass? Why do you love eels? And yet this very slipperiness created by the secretion of eely mucus is uniquely adapted for their elegant, elongated bodies. Eels have no scales, and this thick mucus is antimicrobial, antibacterial, and functions as a physical and biochemical barrier between the eel and its river worlds. This mucus also functions and exerts its own agency, essentially as a repellent to human fishers. Not all fishers and cultures, however, despise eels. Certainly Ukrainians love them, as you'll hear in a minute. And I want to remind you that the oldest aquaculture facility in the world is in Victoria and created by the Gunditjmara people some 6,000 years ago as a complex living system created between eels, landscape and people. Occurring naturally in greater diversity of habitats than any other fish of the world, river eels are sexually ecologically and behaviourally highly adaptive. Eels are universally found across Europe, North America and Asia Pacific. They're prime predators in their own watery environment, yet disappearing from the world and hover in Europe on the brink of extinction. They have one of the most complicated life cycles on the planet and move through freshwater and oceanic waterscapes in a spectacular migration that still remains a mystery to us humans. From Darubbin and Barramadical up and down the east coast of Australia and New Zealand, eels migrate up to 3,000 kilometres to breed somewhere in the deep Coral Sea. It is still not known exactly where, and it is a one-way trip. They do not make it back. Their elders, returning from the Coral Sea, have spent 12 months adrift from these secretive spawning grounds in a leptocephalous form before hitting the Australian continental shelf and metamorphosising into the glass eel stage prior to entering their ancestral estuaries. Because of this behaviour, no anglered species of eel can be bred in captivity. Those that we eat are all wild caught. Long lived up to 50 years in the Hawkesbury. There are two types of eels here, short and long, and I and many families I know grew up eating them, and thus in a way also eating their extraordinary journey. Voro. Excuse me for anybody who is a Russian or Ukrainian speaker, I am aware of my excruciating Australian accent. Voro. Bara, which is the Darug word, voro is Ukrainian and eel. Apparently we grew up eating eels. Although babushka, my grandmother, reckons she never touched them, yet, no. Mum said Jed, Konstantin Yakovich, my grandfather, loved them, though pravda is true, because he was a farm boy from Hutin, as if that explained everything. I like to imagine him sitting soberly on a riverbank with his line, but it's more likely he went there to drink vodka without questions. Maybe he imagined fir trees along the creek instead of gums, or maybe he just wanted to forget the horror of Stalin and Hitler. Ludmilla, my aunt, remembers he would light an open fire ringed with stones in the far corner of the backyard next to the chicken shed, and he would roast the kartoshka, potato, that he grew in the garden, and half smoke the eels on long sticks, and then everyone would eat. Except Babushka, she would stay in the kitchen, far away from the vodka, smoked eels, and memory of war. Eel bodies are wondrously queer, and I use the term queer lovingly, with no intent of appropriation, as an umbrella term that resists stereotypical binaries of male and female. Eels, in the absence of obvious genitalia, have resisted human scientific quests for certainty about their sexual development and sex lives for centuries. The scientific research and literature on eel sex and reproductive development uses a range of queer terms: ambisexual, intersexual transition, plasticity in sexual differentiation, hermaphrodite, and degree of fish sex lability. This language is erased in fish policy and legislation. The ability of science to detect eel sex depends on the size and the age of the eel and usually involves eel death and dissection. Intersexual eels come into their sexual being in relation to the rivers and the waters that they live in. Their sex is environmentally determined and a complicated, mysterious response to the world they live in. Groups of eels, for example, raised in ponds for aquaculture will transition into all males. Along the Hawkesbury River, the Darubbin River, there is a large percentage of eels that stay intersexual their whole lives. And so physically and metaphorically, eels are slippery in many ways, gloriously queer with secret, spectacular migrations, long-lived and mostly invisible, reviled by some, loved by others, and eel's skin and its slipperiness protects it from the world. River eels continue to resist human knowing, and this is why I love them so. I'd like to finish and leave you today by taking you back to the river at Yarramundi, and this is after the floods where I continue to wade and swim with these streams. This was taken last month in migration season. September is migration season, and all the creatures are moving up the river. On the right, barely visible to humans, is a stream of tiny migrating fish moving against the current upstream to I don't know where. Thousands and thousands of them moving about in their world, oblivious to us humans, and humans, for the most part, oblivious to them. I've not tried to name these tiny fish nor capture them, being content to embrace wonder and incomplete knowing in a world that more often than not seeks absolute certainty. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Jen. Our last two speakers are Leo Robber and Ian Wright. Over to you both.
Thank you. Thanks, James, and thanks to all the speakers before us. It's wonderful to be here today. And I'd like to start by acknowledging the Darug people and their country from where I come to you today, which, as Hannah mentioned earlier, is the artist Leanne Toburn's country. My name is Dr. Leo Robber and I lecture in social design at Western Sydney University. And my partner in the Painted River project is Dr. Ian Wright, who is in the School of Science also at Western. Okay, so our talk today, we'd like to really focus on three very distinct versions of the Painted River project. Firstly, one that we did at Johnson's Creek in Annandale. The second one, a rare upland swamp project in Leura, and the Mihai River in Moree. And one of the things that's been really fortuitous is that during COVID, we've had a bit of luck in terms of being able to keep the project engaged with the public. So the Painted River project is a transdisciplinary action, research and engagement project that seeks to communicate the nexus between nature, culture and society through the practices of art, science and social design, and with a specific focus on water and its related ecologies. The project's design is underpinned by planetary health principles and Indigenous ways of knowing and caring for country. I describe the Painted River project as a flexible, scalable model that aims to actively engage the community, often quite diverse communities, through site-specific participatory art making, science and water testing, to explore our shared connection to water and the uniqueness of place through creative and scientific interaction. The art making component could be writing, dance, music, or even data visualization. It's about getting people out from behind computers and reconnecting with the natural world around cultural storytelling and enabling forms of creative expression. I think I'd now like to bring Ian in to talk to you a little bit about the science side of things.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Leo. Firstly, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Why do I do this? I'm a scientist. I publish science papers, but I do that, probably you'd call it applied science in a management context. And one of the things that has attracted me to working on a project like this, apart from my love of Leo's haircut, is that the planet is in big trouble. And that trouble that the planet is in is really exemplified down the bottom of the catchment, and that is the waterways. And part of it for me is bringing people in from all sectors of society, all age group, all demographics, to explore the different facets of the river resources, the natural resource issues, and to imagine. As a scientist, we're pretty good at looking at the past, but predicting the future and imagining the future, well, I see no way of doing that more than through art. And also as a scientist, I get quite frustrated that it's hard to express emotion. Art helps me do that. Thank you, Leo.
Okay, Ian, would you like to lead off with this one as well?
Yeah, this was a wonderful opportunity. This is a 6th class group at Johnston's Creek, Forest Lodge Public School. And in their tradition in 6th class is that the 6th class does something for the school and gives some kind of a gift on their journey to high school the next year. And COVID threw a spanner in their works. So Leo and his friends and contacts got this idea that we would do a science and art day with the students. And we're looking at really one of the most degraded urban waterways you can get, Johnston's Creek, Annandale. This goes into Glebe Bay, not that far from the fish markets. It's concrete lined, decrepit, and Sydney Water and the City of Sydney are rebuilding it. They call it a naturalisation. It would be moving from a very degraded built environment sense up to something with more natural values. Great opportunity. I showed kids animals from Clean Creek up near Ku-ring-gai Chase, and then Leo encouraged them to paint, and I loved how they had no trouble at all seeing and imagining a future, and we got an artistic representation of that. Thanks, Leo.
Yeah, so I'll pick up now. So one of the things that grew out of this project with Forest Lodge Public School is, we got some extensive media coverage, and from that, one of the parents was able to lobby council with myself to do what we went calling the Johnson's Creek Mural Project. So with my second year students in the design program at Western, we ran a competition design competition to take the artworks produced by the students and to turn it into a mural that would be here for the community. We got various people involved. Sydney Water got on board, Sydney City Council, and the construction company Dolla, along with a lot of other community members, to raise the funds to pay for a mural artist to produce this work, which is now there and part of the naturalisation project. Okay, Ian, would you like to lead off with the swamps?
Yeah, one of the areas that I do research on is up in the Blue Mountains. There is this rare, highly valuable, very fragile environment known as an upland swamp. It's built up from peat layers, so it's basically decomposing vegetation, sometimes meters and meters thick, so it's built up over thousands of years. This environment is going through an incredible plight. It's listed in terms of New South Wales and Commonwealth legislation. They have their own species of lizard, and they've got a dragonfly that live there, which is a common name, the giant dragonfly. Think of an Iroquois helicopter. Enormous, slow living things living in this. They're struggling with climate change. Black summer has burnt a lot of the swamps, and because of the severe drought, they dried out and there's been peat fires. And then we have urban development and mining. So visiting a swamp like this with artists, it wasn't practical to bring a busload of people. So Leo brought a select group of artists, and I loved sharing a bit about these beautiful environments.
Thanks, Ian. So as Ian said, the design of this project was not practical or wise to make it a public painting event. So, and this is one of the things about the project, can be scaled and morphed to suit the uniqueness of the particular place that we go to. So we took, I went along with myself and 3 other practicing artists, and we took a photographer and filmmaker to undertake a 2-day field trip to what is a really incredible location. Ian had been telling me about this place for many years, and we'd been trying to organise to go there. But when we got there, it was really, it's just an incredible place. So the idea of this project was to curate an exhibition and to use the visual content created by the artists to highlight the plight of the giant dragonfly and the Lura skink, but also to build recognition for the project more broadly and in strategic terms to help with the research agenda, creating visual material such as paintings, drawings, ceramics, photography and video that could be used to promote a research partnership that's underway between Blue Mountain City Council, Western Sydney University and Monash Sustainable Development Institute, which is called the Blue Mountains Planetary Health Institute. Juan Salazar from Western, who's one of the organisers today, is involved with this, as is Ian and I, and this project's also being led by Louise Crabtree. I'll give you a brief taste of some of the artwork that was produced from the day. So many of you will know Reg Mombassa and his amazing work. From the 2-day field trip, he's gone on to make approximately 28 new works, and I think he did over the 2 days, he did 12 drawings, and then has continued to use those drawings as inspiration for new work. Adrian Richards, this is amazing piece of ceramics, so celebrating the giant dragonfly. And you can see, it's very much about the place and the time that we spent there. One of the other artists, Ewan McLeod, many of you would know him. He's an Archibald winner and he's won many awards. He produced work on plein air directly from that, and several paintings from the project. And here's a couple of examples of some of the work that I did there and have subsequently continued to work on further on. So now, Ian, would you like to pick up on Moree?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for sharing the art too. So I was very privileged to be able to join Leo and others in partnership, particularly with the Moree Regional Art Gallery. This was incredibly powerful trip for me. It's not an area I know well. And it was also part of the wonderful, rich Kamilaroi country, northern New South Wales. It's an area where there is, frankly, incredible conflict with water and with land. Very, very rich agricultural area, and it's equally culturally rich. And in terms of the European history, everything changed. 1972. No, it wasn't about Gough Whitlam. It was the building of Copeton Dam upstream. The Mihai River is an anabranch. That is, it's part of the Guida River that rejoins it afterwards. But Copeton Dam was built, and that allowed European water managers to grow water-rich crops. This is a centre of cotton. There's pecan nuts, and the gathering we had there was incredible, with people from all backgrounds, graziers, farmers, town people. And it was a particular thrill for me to meet Mark Washington there. And the local TAFE had an Aboriginal arts centre. And Mark explained to me as a scientist how his people would go out into water holes, wriggle around with their feet, and they would dig up the giant clams, which were a really important food source. And I know with the state of the rivers and fish, the clams are not there in the abundance that they used to be. So many stories. Over to you, Leo.
Yes, thanks, Ian. I'll pick up also on this is what was really incredible about this, in terms of this project. When I first approached the council and people that I know in Moree about running this project, they were very nervous about how we would approach it. One of the things that I always try and do with the project is to not go to places to tell people how they should be or think. My dream was to get diverse community members together, which on the day of the public painting event, Mark Washington, pictured here, came with his family and some local Aboriginal kids. He painted with us. He talked to me about his country. We were there with members of the Cotton Institute who also came along. We had beef farmers painting alongside community members. And it really started to open up conversations, initial conversations. And since then, we've been in discussions with the regional gallery and council and Mark, the traditional owners of the area, about turning this into, and it looks like it will turn into, an annual 5-day field trip and public painting event with which we're going to be calling the Painted River, the Moree Painted River Festival. So I'll just flick to the next slide. So Ian, you might like to talk a little bit about the science activity that went on the day.
Yeah, we were again privileged to have access to some of the properties, and I, as ever, took my net along, master student Callum in the background. We got some live animals, and under the microscope, we were using some fancy software that I don't understand that would actually send the image to your phone. And that provided a bit of inspiration to people, particularly popular with kids seeing the life. And every now and then you'd get adults come over and going, well, what is that? I haven't seen that before. And just opens up another facet, another angle to discuss in amongst the art. Thanks, Leo.
Okay, so I think we'll finish there, but on this really beautiful painting by Lucy Cullerton, who was one of the feature artists of the Painted River project at Moree. But I'd just like to say on behalf of Ian and I, we'd like to invite you to come and paint a river with us sometime soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Leo.
Thanks very much, Ian, and thanks very much, Leo. I see Juan is joining us, and I'll invite all of our panelists to turn on their cameras if they can and join us for a period of Q&A. I want to acknowledge that there have been questions coming in from the audience, and we've tried to process those so all of the audience can see the questions. I just want to make a quick comment and try and draw some responses from our panelists first, and then we'll go to the audience questions. So I've been trying to understand all the presentations and link them together, and my impression is that at the root of all four of the responses has been reflections on relation in different forms, and relation that is not always positive and is quite often conflicted. So Hannah spoke to us about conflicted access experiences that Indigenous artists and Indigenous peoples more generally have in trying to gain access to places that is unceded, their own territory. Michelle and Louise have spoken to us about thinking about relation not as right, but as obligation. And I think that there's a considerable expansion of discourse that could be possible there. Jen spoke to us about the freedom of relation, but also about the inscrutability of relation, especially for her eel companions. And Leo and Ian have spoken to us about connection generally with communities large and small, and the conflict that goes along with generating connection. And I thought there was a really nice comment from Kim Goldsmith as well in the Q&A, reflecting upon the successes of Leo and Ian's work. So a short question, in terms of relation, the term that I was expecting also to hear, but did not, was reference to justice. And I was wondering if it was possible for one or more of our panelists to reflect on how justice might intersect with some of those relational reflections. Michelle, I think that you might be most enthusiastic to start us off there.
Certainly unmuted in my enthusiasm. Yeah, great issue. Certainly any aspect of rights of nature, multi-species justice, more than human, respecting the living world, all of these things come from what some would call an ecological justice mindset. But certainly all of the connecting points around water justice in Australia, this is kind of this whole conversation between human beings having a right to access to clean and healthy waters, but also those waters having a right to exist. So all these conversations do absolutely exist together. And then there's the whole additional issue within a colonial system of justice for First Nations peoples and what some people call cultural flows, but it's not a very appropriate term sometimes. So I think justice gets caught up in all of it, but it is still fundamentally a human concept. The living world, I suspect, doesn't sit around contemplating justice. It gets on with its evolutionary pathways in whatever niches it has created. So it's interesting. Thank you.
I'm happy if we want to discard my foolish comment there and leave it at that. I wonder if I might go to one question, unless Leo, you're unmuted to jump in.
No.
And so that question, oh, okay, there's a correction, Josephine. We might come to that a little bit later on. I was most interested by Sue's question, which I know that Michelle has already commented on, but she writes here, by developing more relational frameworks and rights for nature, do we not also have to substantially challenge and engage in the concepts of human that we bring to those relationships? Michelle's already had her word there, so I'm going to try and draw other panelists into responding. I'm particularly interested, I wonder if Jen or if Hannah might be interested in reflecting there upon your thoughts, please.
The concepts of human, I don't necessarily understand what that framework means, but just how I can relate it to what I know and experiences that I have. Yeah, and I think it was really good when Michelle brought up the concept of cultural flows as well, and that you know, Aboriginal water or cultural understanding of water is connected to, you know,
our social experiences and our spiritual experiences. And also, you know, for lots of Aboriginal communities, spirituality in the sense of like literal creation stories and beings, and how we relate to those waters, and how that's all, you know, it's all holistic, and water can't be defined as one separate thing. Yes, and so I think a lot of us have reflected on the fact that, you know, the world that we live in today, and maybe our human nature and behaviour around water systems, does need to dramatically change and reflect some more of those kind of holistic relationships and relationality too, and whether that is our social understanding, our spiritual understanding of water, you know, our economic understanding of water. Absolutely.
I'm happy. Thank you, Hannah. I'm happy to make a few comments if we have time, James, or we leave it.
I think go for it.
I really struggle with this because, and I'm really interested in the idea and concept of fish ethics and fish. Do I use the word justice or not? Fish are the most eaten species in the world. They're the most overexploited species in the world. Elspeth Provan has this fabulous book called Eat in the Ocean, and there's this great quote in there in that it's easier to love a koala or a whale than it is to love a fish. They're essentially non-cuddly animals. So this idea of relationality for fish to me is, and I don't have answers to this, is a difficult one, because how we eat and kill fish, even we know so little about their physiology, how we eat and kill them. So I keep coming back to the idea of justice as an idea of pushing back against capitalist neoliberal systems of exploitation and waste, but still trying to get to an idea of some sort of fish ethics. So I know my dear colleague Sue Reid is sort of following this conversation. So there's relationality works, but it doesn't work because it doesn't work for fish at all. And I don't know if it ever will. I hope it does for eels at least. See? And then I start going speciesism. Let's have justice for eels, but not bass. You know, how do we do, anyway, we need to go and have some wine, everybody, I think, and discuss this more.
One more opportunity, Jen. I was hoping to draw Ian into this conversation as well before I throw it over to Juan.
I'd love to say something, if I may, James. Look. For me, I just quickly looked up. I can find out right now the price of water. The water is now traded away from just the land. When Leo and I went to Moree, I was stunned to learn that when they built Copeton Dam, the government gave water licenses. That is an entitlement for future flow that has not necessarily been formed. They gave it to farmers to encourage a development. Now people can freely trade it. So I can tell you what water is worth on the market. Is that what it's worth? How much was it watching the Barker River dry up, you know, the Darling River, and the Barkinji people at Wilcannia and other places? And then one of the joys for me in COVID last year, I luckily had a student who was out there, and it brought joy to my dreary Zoom classes to have her show the community coming out at Wilcannia and watching the flow come down the river. That to me was justice. How do you put a value on that? Yeah, I don't really know, but I love grappling with these issues.
Thanks very much for that response, Ian. And that's a pretty lively point on which to end our session. I'm sorry that we're a couple of minutes over. Let me say thank you to all our panelists. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you very much for your care. Thank you to Elise for her shepherding us all through. And thanks to Anna and to Juan. And I will throw back to Juan to say final farewells.
Thank you, James, and thank you to all, and a special thank you to our guests today, Hannah Donnelly from Information and Cultural Exchange and the Biennale of Sydney, and Dr. Michelle Maloney from Earth Lost Alliance. You are very important partners to us in the university, so thank you for giving us your a few hours of your busy times. We hope that we can all connect. This event through the whole day was an opportunity for us to connect, The Biennale is 6 months away. The whole curatorium is working really hard, and you've got a snip preview of what's coming to all of Sydney and the world in March of next year. So hopefully this will be the first step of further conversations, and you are most welcome to reach out to each other. I want to acknowledge the 300 people that registered and the 100 of people that were present also during the conversations. You are most welcome to reach out to any of us if you want to make connections. That's the purpose of this event, is to connect, learn from each other, and see how we can work and collaborate. So thank you all, and we'll see you next time.